It dropped frames for a second, but now it's fine again. I think it's okay. I think we're gonna make it, guys. I hope we're gonna make it. Or it's over for me. I'm not even kidding. So far, so good. Yay? Okay. Looking good. But now I'm traumatized, Jess. Now I'll never be okay ever again, ever in my whole life. Every time I see that go red, I'm going to be like, shut. Hey, Ness. What did I do? Thank you, Soy Prem. Thank you. I'm trying to hide my regrowth because I don't have the time or the money. I know this is going to shock you guys. I am not a natural blonde. Vicky again! Vicky, fuck. I need to write your name down so I look you up. You have to understand, Vicky. All of my alerts are gone. What the hell? Why is my pretty stars not... Guys, this is crazy. I normally have stars that fall there. I swear to God. You know what? It's fine. Vicky, I'm writing your name down because you need to understand I stream very late in Australia. And so I meant to message you after last time, but I forgot. Oh, you know what I love? When you open your notes to write down an administrative note and you have a very personal notes dump from a time where you're in an emotionally different space, just staring back at you. It's all good. Guys, go and follow Vicky. Do I know how to do this? Shout out. We support one. Hey, look at me. Guys. Okay. So obviously it's been a big couple of hours with me unable to fucking work my stream out. And I know some of you were very invested and very helpful. And I would like... Also, Cat in the Hat, thank you for subbing. I didn't see that. Must have been during the cows. I know some of you were very invested. Some of you were really helping me out. And I bet you want to know, like, how are we here? How did we fix it? What's going on? How did we get to where we are today? And I'd like to tell you. So this tale begins with me turning everything on and off. Standard IT advice that I follow because I'm a responsible adult. Turn everything off. Say little chants while everything's off so that I know it's been off for the adequate amount of time, you know? That did nothing, but rule out the fact that turning things on and off wasn't going to work for me. Okay. So then I went to delete a whole lot of things and it occurred to me, hey, you actually deleted a whole lot of things recently. Maybe you actually need to recover a whole lot of things. So I did that and that didn't work. I was like, okay. I re-downloaded Windows. I did everything you can imagine. I deleted OBS, I deleted ATM, I deleted everything. I'll just delete it or I'll re-download it. Then you guys were like, just start a new user profile. But apparently I need another Microsoft account to do that, like another Hotmail or something. I don't know. So that was like too complicated. And as you guys know, I was convinced that this shit was Claude. I was convinced that it was Claude that had fucked my shit up. And I thought, you know what? If Claude did it, there were two people in the room when it happened. Me and Claude. And I sure as shit don't know what happened. The instructions mentioned I was in stress, Jas. Okay. If I don't know what happened, I'm going to have to re-download Claude. I re-downloaded Claude. I said, I am so fucking mad at you. I am so pissed off at you because you have done something. You have fucked with my bag. And I can't abide by that. I can't. That will not do. I don't know what you did. You know what, Evan Starcraft? It's abuse for me to have 2 nights when I try to stream that I can't stream that have nothing to do with me. Yeah, I put on makeup, can't stream. What a waste. What a waste of product. Anyway, Claude's like, let me have a look. I said, I typed shit in terminal. You tell me what I did. You look through everything we made together and you find out where you ruined this. You find out what you did. So Claude looks through everything that Claude did. And Claude is like, we haven't done anything. Like the only thing that we did was this like local site and I've checked and it's not doing anything. And I said, do not waste your time defending yourself to me right now. This isn't about you. I've come to you with a problem that didn't exist before you came into this space. And you're coming to me being like, oh, this has nothing to do with me. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. So what you're going to do, if you're so sure that it's not you, instead of wasting both of our times by telling me that it's not you, how about you find what the problem actually is and fix it? And then we can go back to how things were. Hi, Vox. So Claude ran some tests. We had some things on, something hags, something game bar. We changed some things around in the settings. We dropped bitrate right down. I'm not gonna lie. Shit went right down. So, and we just kept doing things until I said, it's still not working. Fix it. And then eventually just one time it did work. And yeah, I'm low. Shit's low. Luckily for me, I have no idea what bitrate does. So, 4,000 it is. But like, at least we're live. Okay? Because 2 nights of that happening, it just what, because the thing is as well, is it like, as I've told you guys, I prepare for stream, right? I prep. I'm not just here, like, not that there's a problem with people just being here and like, it recommended hags off, yeah. Not that there's a problem, like, it's a talent to be able to just come on stream and hang. It's not a talent that I have. I like to prep because I have OCD. But like, I like to have something ready for you guys. And unfortunately, in an active war, the situation we are monitoring is changing day to day. So all of the prep I do for one day is not going to be usable the next day. You know what I mean? So it's like, you waste my time. You waste my time. And by you, I mean the universe, I guess. More data can be used. Well, guess what? We've got a very weak water pressure on this stream. Okay? And that's how it's going to be until, I don't know. Guys, Claude fixed it. That's all we need to. Maybe it's not working at the ideal, but I really don't care. As long as I'm not like dropping out every second, I don't care. I just want to stream where people on both platforms can see me. And it's freezing in my city today. How is everyone else though? How is it? I've actually had like a weird A weird couple of days. So I'm wondering if it's like a universal thing. Is everyone having good days, or is everyone having weird kind of days? Let me get my notes up while you respond. Imagine if I open my notes and everything crashed. I have to have it in my fucking... It's not even wasting my time. Like, I feel like Fox2, the second I've said something out loud to someone, I've been like, this is going really well for me. And then whatever that one thing is, it's like the universe was like, haha, how dare you say that out loud? Let us provide a plot point. Let us change things up for you. I hope Claude tells its therapist about me. My genuine dream is everyone dropping me in at their therapy appointment. Oh, I don't always want to be the villain. You know what I would love to be dropped in at your therapy appointment? I don't want to be the villain. I want to be the person who's like, even for you guys, okay, for you guys, this is how I'd like to be dropped in. Yeah, there's this content creator, you can say content creator because you don't want to have to explain streaming to your therapist. So yeah. There's this content creator I watch, and she actually said something that really resonated with me. It is so fine for you to do that. Yes. That's so fine. I talk about you guys to my therapist. It's healthy. It's healthy. Okay? I never told anyone to eat anything in a shower. Okay? Alrighty, guys. We have notes today. Yeah, there is a universal weirdness going on. Thank you, Faith. I'm like, Mercury retrograde is over. Like, what is happening to me? What is going on? Wait, guys, I gotta show you this. We do have some exciting things today because not only do I have notes and stuff to go over, but I actually you don't like me as a cop? I had so much fun playing a cop. Guys, it's World Theatre Day. So on my Instagram, I did a post of like a little collection of photos of me in different shows that I've done. And one of the shows that I did, I played a cop. It was a show about the traffic police who caught El Chapo. And they had to stay with him in like a highway motel for 20 minutes while the other people rocked up. And it's kind of like a meditation, a reflection on what kind of offers he made them, like the idea of like how kind of the resolve you have to show to keep like the most powerful drug lord in the world not let him go. But I played a cop. I had the cop outfit. I had a bulletproof vest. I had the boots. I just spent a lot of time in the uniform, like learning like the weight of it and like how you move around in it. And I had a Glock. I got to go to the gun range and use the Glock a whole lot because when I shoot the Glock on stage, and it had to be realistic. So I had to feel the kickback. I had to feel what it was really like to shoot it. Are you a cop, Evan? Is that your usual expression? The worst thing about that show is one day I had press, but I was running late and I thought, I won't wear makeup because I'm a cop. Like, I don't need to wear makeup. And there's this photo that like revolves around the internet where I just look so tired. I look so dead. I look horrible. I'm like, well, I didn't know we were doing photos. I thought we were just doing interview press today. But anyway, it's World. I told my GLM5 about your play when I was trying to get help to roleplay bots to compartmentalize and not give away plot twists. Ah! Thank you, Tria. Yeah, well, anyway, I got to shoot a Glock. Oh my God. I have trauma from all of my plays. But yeah, that's on my Instagram. Something else that's going to go on my Instagram is I'm going to do a... Look at you. Sheriff. Yes, Sheriff, it definitely does make, but Lent has a different meaning to the sheriff than it does to you. Exactly. I don't like, okay. Guys, the sheriff is the true patron of the arts. The sheriff is the true backbone of moral coin. The sheriff counteracts my ability to stream as someone who is then left speechless. Thank you very much, Sheriff. And everyone thank the sheriff for being the patron of this stream. Okay, Sheriff, then you'll like this. I'm making an Instagram reel because a lot of my friends don't watch streams. Fair enough. They're missing out, but whatever. But they have questions. And I did a little drawing. Oh, you can't see it with the light. You can't see my drawing. Can you see it now? A little bit better. Oh, but it's the wrong way around. Hang on. I'm going to take a photo of it and then bring it up so you can see my little drawing. You know what's so funny? I showed my mum earlier in the day and she was really impressed and she was like, can I color it in? Because I think it needs to be darker to show up on stream. And I was like, no, Mum. It's the right color right now. And it turns out Mother knows best. Sheriff, it could be 5,000% off and you would still be far too generous. Let me take a photo of my incredible drawing though for you guys. I am going to do an Instagram reel later today that you guys may or may not want to watch or send to your mums, which just explains the Ormuz Strait and the potential boots on the ground campaign. Okay, I'll take a photo to show you in this stream so we can go through it. But it will be on Instagram. I'll probably do it after this stream. 5,000% off. I'm just saying, the sheriff is literally like a member of the Medici family in terms of being my patron. That's crazy. You're going to love this though, guys. I spent a lot of time. I need you to know that my map drawing is, it's not based on a real map. It's based on my idea of what the Persian Gulf looks like. So it's semi-right, but it's not right enough that you should be like, oh, that's a map of the Middle East. No, it's my version of the Middle East, but it's got all the important things that we need. We'll do the map in a bit. Let's go through just our general... Wait, I'll show you the map. Then we'll go through our general overview. Yeah, it's like how I feel. It's what the Middle East spiritually, like if you're trying to explain the situation. I vibe mapped it. Exactly, Wallach. That's exactly it. Let me just get my map for you. I'll show you and then we'll go back to our notes to actually monitor the situation. You guys are going to be like, oh my God, she is possibly the best drawer I've ever seen in my life. And I'll say thank you because I'm in a space of accepting compliments. Okay. Where's Joanna's map? Oh, here we go. And let me just rotate it. Okay, you guys are going to like it. Okay. I should have done it on stream and I should have got a second camera so you could watch me draw it. I'll do that when I do the China one. China. Okay. Okay, let me make this better. Okay, too big. Too big. Oh, too small. Oh, too small. Oh no. I need it like a little bit bigger than that, but not too much bigger. That'll do. Okay. Guys, this is the map I made. Qatar really does, I always explain Qatar as like a skin tag. Qatar is like a skin tag coming off Saudi. Thank you guys. I worked really hard on it, okay? But you can obviously see why my mum felt it needed more color. Okay, so this is... You wasn't happy with the result, Wallach. I'm sorry, I can't make it bigger. Is it big enough for you guys to see? You're just going to have to... It'll be bigger in the Instagram, okay? So this is important because what you see here where this little boat is, this is the Persian Gulf. Now, when I did Arabic, my Arabic teacher made me sign a petition to rename it the Arab Gulf. But, you know, that didn't happen. What you're seeing here with this boat, that represents the 3,000-ish commercial vessels that are stuck. They're stuck here in the Persian Gulf. Because as you can see, there's only one way out. This isn't the Red Sea. With the Red Sea, you've got, okay, I couldn't fit the whole map, okay? But further down here, you have the Bab el-Mandeb, which goes past Yemen. But this teeny little thing you see here is the Suez Canal. So you can get out this way too. It's a two-way situation with the Red Sea. But when it comes to the Persian Gulf, you're low-key fucked, right? And the reason this is so important is because there's a certain number of countries, namely the UAE, really, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, that can only get their shit out if they go this way. And to go this way, you have to get through this skinny, snatched little strait. Skinny. I'm talking tight. I'm talking sucked in little Strait of Hormuz, okay? Now, some countries like Iraq have these pipelines that go out. So there are different ways for them to get their oil out. Iraq's its own little story because Iraq, ever since the war, their oil revenue, I'm going to blow your mind with this for those who don't know this. So ever since the Iraq war, their oil revenue is held at the New York Federal Reserve Bank. And then it is put into a Iraqi Development Fund. But the funds are held in USD at the New York Federal Reserve. So technically, the US can say, we don't like what you're doing, you can't have access to your oil revenue. And a big surprise is that that's kind of the backbone of their economy, obviously. So Iraq has other ways out. Saudi have this pipeline that goes across that gets them to the Red Sea. Well, see, they say it's a sovereign country because technically they don't. Iraq owns the oil fields and it owns the production and it chooses how much oil to produce and it chooses how much to sell. But yeah, sovereign country, they can still have their shit chopped off at any time, you know? America truly has Iraq over a barrel. So what you'll see recently is like if Iraq is having a little bit of trouble with some Iranian, basically, literally it's been said by the USA that if any Iranian affiliated or Iranian friendly people enter your government, we will stop the funds. And so the US is putting a lot of pressure at the moment on Iraq to back down on any internal groups, including, you know, the Kurds, even though that's technically an autonomous region. They're putting a lot of pressure on Iraq to clamp down on those groups. And if they don't, they're kind of threatening their oil, right? Now, Saudi have this pipeline that can get some of their shit across to the Red Sea. But as you can see from my incredible map, Saudi is very big. Okay. And a lot more oil can go out if we go it this way by ship. This is kind of like one pipe, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, it's got an option, but it's not the best option. Iran has this one really long pipeline that does actually go up over the Caspian or under the Caspian Sea, I suppose. It goes all the way to Russia. But more importantly, they built a pipeline that just it skips the strait. Okay. Now, to be fair, this is Bushehr, which is one of their biggest kind of facilities. Most of their oil does kind of come out through the strait, but they do have a pipeline. They've got pipelines. Okay. So they're not in the same situation as everybody else. But what you'll see is that the strait, I don't know how Oman, this is something I should research because it's very interesting to me. Somehow Oman claimed sovereignty over the tip. This little tip bit here. I don't know why, but this belongs to Oman. So the strait is actually just the tip. The strait is actually kind of between Omani and Iranian control. It's their area. Now this is about 21 miles wide. But here's the thing. A lot of coral reef around here. Quite shallow. So this is actually a two-way. Guys, stop. Get your minds out of the fucking gutter. Just a tip. This is tucked inside the mountains. Well, this is about 21 miles across, but because of all the coral, because of depth, so in some places it's like, I think the average is 40 meters deep, right? Thanks, Wallach. I'll try to impress you more, and then maybe you will. There's actually it's a two-way. It's not a big highway. It's not a freeway. It is a two-way country road type of situation, right? We are sucking in when we're going through the Strait of Hormuz, okay? So 2 miles wide, one direction, 2 mile gap in between, little land strip, but in this case it's an ocean strip, and then 2 miles going the other way. And this is important to know because obviously when it comes to like escorting with military ships, etc., like it's a little tough. It's a two-way lane. Now, and the thing that is important about that is it means that transit through this little waistline, it's kind of low-key, high-key, a little bit dangerous. Okay, because not much. And if you're going to drop like some landmines, like just like anywhere in this area, I mean landmines, you know what I mean? Water mines, sea mines, naval mines, ocean mines. Call it what you want. Water bombs. Okay, so I'll come back to another reason why this is interesting. Something that isn't on my map, to the point that I'm considering redrawing the map. Okay? I'm an artist. If I have to redraw the map, I have to redraw the map. It's fine. Something that's not here is kind of along where you see this pipeline, but going all the way up along Iraq, this is a very mountainous area. Okay? I want you to understand mountains. Beautiful mountains. Thank you, guys. This is the map I drew, pussies, to explain what's happening in the region. Okay? I assume that's true, Barak. Like I'm saying, you can put a ship there. I've been learning a lot about ships as well, but I've been... Yeah, you need the visual aid of the mountain. Okay, so I might have to redraw with some triangles along here where the mountains are. Okay? Thanks, guys. I really appreciate all compliments on my map. Okay. Anyway, just back to what I was saying for a second. Here's the thing. There's other important things for you to know. Like these tiny little dots, Abu Musa, Lesser Tomb, and Greater Tomb. I don't know if Avocadorable is here. But I have something to say. Actually, let me go full screen for a second to say this. The last time I was successfully able to stream, I called Avocadorable stupid for saying that the Gulf countries were encouraging the United States to attack Iran. And I reflected on this because I like to really assess, what I like to steelman an argument. I'm thinking, what if I were arguing with Avocadorable? What would my argument be? And I went back in my mind to when this conflict was first started. And one of the key things in the early days that we talked about is the fact that it was very unexpected for Iran to escalate horizontally so quickly. Normally you escalate vertically and they would leave the Gulf out of it, right? So they would start by attacking assets of different levels of value, but they would stick to attacking Israel, for instance. But no, day one, they started attacking Gulf countries. So if Saudi didn't expect to be attacked, particularly so early, maybe that would have changed their calculation a little bit. Secondly, I did forget, hey Sim, I did forget momentarily that actually the UAE is high-key up for a fight. Even though their most important thing is their bag and Dubai and Abu Dhabi, I was thinking, yeah, we did. I'll talk about it in a second, Polygraph. Yeah, because UAE kind of got kicked out of Yemen. They were super in there, and they're ever since shit's been going better between Saudi and the Houthis, UAE's kind of been kicked out. And then I remembered, everyone keeps saying that Trump is going to take Karg Island, which is up here. We'll talk about it in a second. This is Karg. Okay. Avocadorable is here. Thank God this whole speech is worth it. The other thing is the UAE, these islands, Abu Musa, Lesser Tumb and Greater Tumb, they are contested. The UAE want these. They want them bad. And I think if shit starts blowing up here in the Karg, they'll be like, oh, so we're fighting around here actually. Okay, well maybe we'll just, these are the Senkaku Islands of the Persian Gulf. Okay, this is the South China Sea of the Persian Gulf. And the UAE may go for these islands on the claim that they're helping to restore maritime, I went to say dignity. That's where my mind's at. My mind's in all sorts of... It may have been very expected by everyone else, Avocadorable, but it wasn't expected by yours truly. I expected them to escalate vertically first and then horizontally as maybe in day 2 or 3. Okay, yeah, so I just want you to know these tiny little dots, they are contested and the UAE wants them. So keep an eye on how the UAE treats these little dots. Now, the Karg. The Karg. First of all, I want to say Trump said something stupid. I know. New day, same shit, right? You remember the other day he said that the Ayatollah and he were going to jointly manage the strait? The problem with saying that is, hey, on a permo. Okay. As I've mentioned before, Iranians are very clever with their words. So with the fatwa on nuclear weapons, there's a fatwa on the production of nuclear weapons. But that doesn't mean you can't enrich uranium right up to the level you would need it or get scientists to learn and develop the technology. Obviously we can do everything short of actually producing a nuclear weapon. That's fine because that's not part of the fatwa. And then there would be times where it'd be okay, the fatwa is now on the use of nuclear weapons. What's up, short stack goblin? You can produce them, you just can't use them. So these people are very clever with words. And I think Donald Trump saying he's going to co-run the strait with Iran could be interpreted could allow Iran to now have an interpretation where if America puts boots on the ground on the Karg, for instance, thank you, Short Stack Goblin. I'll explain again in a second, but that could be framed as an attempt at a land grab to have a physical land stake in this area to give them a meaningful claim to having any sort of right to administer this area. I don't think that is likely to happen. I just think Trump's going to be a little more careful with his words. Anyway, Short Stack Goblin, these are oil pipelines. Just to illustrate that countries like Iraq, Saudi, and Iran have a little bit of a better time when it comes to getting some of their shit out. Not all of it, but some of it. It is funny, isn't it, Calmheart, how like every person killed in Iran is like, oh, this man? He was just a military commander at the highest level for 15 years, and then he got an English PhD in T.S. Eliot. I haven't heard that Israel's planning on taking a part of Yemen. Look, Israel's always had a bit of trouble with Yemen because it's so far away. This is something as well that's worth talking about. Actually, let me just talk about the Karg now that you bring that up. Not to be a doomer, but no country has ever occupied even a smaller country, even a smaller force, and held it very well ever. Like Soviet Union and Afghanistan, America and Vietnam, America and Iraq, America and Afghanistan. Like I can't think, I don't really care if their PhDs are faked. I just think it's funny that it's like every fucking CV from Iran is like extremely, like this is two ends. It's like literally led the Air Force, loves the writings of Charlotte Bronte, the Falklands, like literally anywhere. Yeah, and it's like a different sort of thing, Hornet. It's not, so my concern with Karg is when I'm looking at like boots on the ground here, because I'm sure some of you have seen that the 82nd Airborne Division, so that's the paratroopers, for those of you who've watched Band of Brothers, right? The paratroopers and then 2 units of Marines. I say units in the girl way. I don't know how many are actually going. I don't know what the real... I'm just saying 2 groups of Marines who are good at landing on land are also being sent out here. We know that for now. Now, I know, can you imagine not having watched Band of Brothers? I like the Pacific too because my people. Well, this is a problem, His Royal Sinus. When I think about an invasion of Karg Island, firstly, I think about the 80,000 Iranians that live on that island and what you do about that. Then I think about the fact that, well, Karg Island is important, so it's going to be defended, and you are sent, like, just like in the first sets of negotiations, you are signaling that you're about to do boots on the ground, so they are preparing for it, and you've literally said you're going to take the Karg, so they're preparing for it, right? I just feel like I look at the Karg and I think of Gallipoli. For my for my Aussies in the chat, I think about Gallipoli. And I think about the fact, the triangles that are not on this map, but I'm telling you, all of this mountainous terrain all along this coastline, landing here, maybe you land there. So I assume that Trump is going to land people there and then be like, okay, you have to surrender now. Okay, we took it. Give up. Give up. That's what because I think he really, and I'm going to talk about this more when we get to my notes, my prepared notes. Gallipoli is without question, and you guys know I have a very high standard for a war film. Gallipoli is without question one of the best war films because it's very hard to make a war film that's not propaganda for war. And I would say Gallipoli, Come and See, Graveyard for Fireflies. There are very few other than, and the first half of Full Metal Jacket when they're at the training camp. That's really like, because any time that you go in with the army, you will root for the army. Yeah, the Gilby film. You'll root for the army. So I don't classify any war film as a good film. The only reason Gallipoli escapes that is because it shows the futility of war. You grow to love these men. You grow to root for them as young men with potential. And then you just watch, you just realize they are being used as fodder. Like, oh God, the last 10 minutes of Gallipoli is some of the best filmmaking I can think of. Oh, I'm okay. Yes, and Jade. No, I hate Platoon. I think Platoon sucks. There are movies that I like that are about war, like Apocalypse Now, where I'm like, well, it doesn't have the message that I want, but it's a good movie. Platoon doesn't even meet that for me. But yeah, so Karg for me, it's like, okay, maybe you can land people. Yeah, I just think it's a bad movie. The only thing I like about Platoon is Willem Dafoe's performance, which for me, yeah, they're the only magical moments when he's on screen. The relationship between Saudi and Israel is interesting, right? Because there's like, obviously they're at the stage where right before October 7, it looked like they were going to sign the Abraham Accords. Sorry, Israel's up here. I need to title Israel and Lebanon as well. Little tiny bean, Lebanon. Little tiny bean. So before October 7, Saudi and Israel were looking at normalizing. Can I tell you, I was telling Pix about this actually. I actually just like Willem Dafoe, and this story is an aside, but I need to tell you. When Willem Dafoe filmed The Antichrist with Lars von Trier, they had to get a penis double for him because his member was so large that it was distracting and taking away from the film. And they like, everyone on set referred to it as like interesting. Okay, so catching friend level insane. Complaints I'll never have to deal with. I think the word they used was interesting. I'm like, how do you even deal with that? As like as an insight. Okay, so prior to October 7, Saudi and sorry, I'm so distracted now. Saudi and Israel were looking at normalizing like via the Abraham Accords. Now, for those of you who missed my incredible October 7 coverage at the time that October 7 was happening, it would have been easy for you to miss because I wasn't streaming. I was extremely afflicted and upset and could not have been on stream. But something I regularly said was that if I were the leader of Israel, what I would have done immediately after October 7 would have been to instate 7 days of mourning or however many days of national mourning, not make any military decisions during that period of time, right? As much as the people call for it, not do anything other than reestablish security barriers between Gaza and Israel and get everything in accordance, use those 7 days. But during those 7 days, I would have pushed on America to get Saudi to normalize relations, because a big part of the motivation for Hamas attacking Israel was that Saudi was looking at normalizing. And once Saudi normalized, they had very few states, Arab states, that weren't normalized. And that's a huge issue in terms of their plight. Like, for them, it felt like a nail in the coffin. Daniel, I'll talk about that in a second. And so I think if you're thinking, Netanyahu is thinking, but he's thinking about himself. But if you were thinking about Israel's security and what's in Israel's best interest, the best thing, and this is me, remember, I like to get into the position of the leader, okay? So it's not necessarily what I, Joanna, would do. It's what I, Joanna, Prime Minister of Israel, would do, okay? I, Joanna, Prime Minister of Israel, would have pushed the US following this tragic terrorist attack to get Saudi to normalize relations. Because if the thing they don't want more than anything is for my country to normalize with all Arab states, then that's the thing I'm going to push, right? But that didn't happen. And the war broke out with the assault broke out on Gaza, and everything got so bad. And Saudi, because so many Palestinians were dying every single fucking day, Saudi can't normalize with Israel now. Not while all of this is happening. Saudi can't do that. So all normalization talks immediately stopped, right? Joanna of Israel does know Krav Maga. Should I think, nah. I'm going to learn ninjutsu. That's my next martial art. Guys, I have a joystick. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's kind of like a bow, but shorter. It just happens to share my name that I did joystick fighting in my former martial art. But the other day when I took a break to go to the bathroom, I stretched out my shoulders by doing some work with my joystick, and I was like, I got to start using this again. I got to start joystick fighting. Anyway, so Saudi and Israel are not normalized, but there is, if it weren't for the Palestinians, they would be, because it looks very bad for Arab countries to side with Israel because of the Palestinians. And so an interesting thing as well to consider is that in the Gulf War, I meant the one by the Australian director who I love, whose name is right there, who also did Picnic at Hanging Rock, who lights like no one else, the most beautiful lighting, and he worked with that guy who then made him quit the film industry. Oh God. Peter Veer, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. You know, there's rumors that he stopped directing because of working with Johnny Depp. Just as someone who's a Johnny Depp truther who knows that man is evil and a horrible person and unprofessional and a bad actor, a bow staff is slightly longer and it's used in different martial arts. A joystick is, it goes up to your underarm if you get the right size one. So something interesting to keep in mind is that in the Gulf War, America was begging Israel, who really wanted to get involved, to stay out of it, because they were like, if you start attacking, a lot of these Arab states will stop because they will not fight on the same side as Israel. And that's probably one of the biggest motivating factors as well for the GCC countries not to militarily engage at this stage. Yeah, it's Peter Veer. So when you ask, does Saudi and Israel get along? When I tell you all the time, Gulf countries' number one concern is their bag. And then you think about the kind of investment opportunities, the kind of development, tech innovation that happens in Israel. There's a deep desire for there to be cooperation between these two. But it's like Saudi can't do it and maintain the respect of a lot of other Arab states and maintain their relationships with other Arab states at this stage. This conflict may be the thing that changes that. I'm not certain that they won't go in and then that can be used as a starting point for better relations between the two countries moving forward. Coffee for my freezing house. Yeah, so I think that's all I needed to tell you about this beautiful map. Now, obviously, Israel and Lebanon aren't really drawn out here and not in any kind of meaningful shape. Look at me trying to do the West Bank and Gaza. So now there's a river that's above the Litani, which is called the... Girl, I don't know. Basically, let me tell you this. If Israel occupies up to the Litani, that's 10% of Lebanon. If Israel occupies up to this next river, which name escapes me, that's 14% of Lebanon. It's over 100 towns and villages. Lebanon. Taking 15% of a country as a buffer zone? What are you talking about? The West Bank is technically Jordan. That there is the West Bank. What are you talking about? That's right. And I told you, I vibe mapped this. Yeah, well, look, I gotta tell you, unfortunately, I drew the Red Sea before I drew the rest of them. So this here is meant to hit Israel, but it ended up in Jordan and not Israel. Okay? So it's meant to come more this direction. But look, the Suez Canal's there. It's not just, it's a vibe. Look how huge Iran is. Anyway, what I was going to say is, Awali River, thank you, Wallach. This is crazy to me when there technically already was a buffer zone. Yeah, guys, okay. You draw a map. I didn't trace anything. I did not trace. I vibe drew this. I gotta tell you the truth about something. At first I drew Qatar as an island. And then I had to connect it, being like, that's right, it's a fucking skin tag. Okay. So there was a point in this, like, once again, Joanna, Prime Minister of Israel, talking. Just for a second. Joanna, Prime Minister of Israel, talking. There was a point when Hezbollah first sent rockets over after the death of the Ayatollah, where the Lebanese government freaked out. They were like, actually, fuck Hezbollah. Like, get rid of the agreement. Hezbollah, you cannot be armed anymore. We want nothing to do with you. Stop doing this. Hezbollah, no more. If I was the Prime Minister of Israel, that would have been a moment where I was like, fuck yeah, okay, we are making real progress, because this is a point where the government and the people of Lebanon are full on turning against Hezbollah. But it's like every single fucking country in this region, including Iran, by the way, so like don't get comfortable. They have to overplay their fucking hand, which I guess me as Prime Minister of Israel have very different objectives to Netanyahu and the current extremely far-right government. If I'm the leader of Israel, I want no Hezbollah. I want them to be downgraded. But I guess if you're Netanyahu, you want to take a large portion of Lebanon and make it Israel. So, different strokes for different folks. But obviously, the problem is, now that they are occupying Lebanon legitimately and they are blowing up bridges that go over rivers that connect the southern part of Lebanon to places like Beirut, right? And the thing that I find crazy is that, like, you can blow up a bridge and be like, well, Hezbollah is using this bridge to transport weapons. Okay, and you know who else is using the bridge? Fucking ambulances. Everyday people. Everyday people are using the bridge. You can't cut off 100 towns from the rest of the country, from their food supply, from hospitals, and be like, yeah, but occasionally the bridge is used. Like, imagine if you did that with just general crime. You, like, blow up the Brooklyn Bridge and you're like, well, sometimes criminals use that to get back and forth from Manhattan, and we want a safe Manhattan. It's like, okay, but that bridge, that's not the only thing that bridge is used for, right? And so the problem is, right, now Israel is literally invading and taking over and occupying the South, blowing up bridges, blowing up infrastructure, energy infrastructure in this region. They're dropping white phosphorus so that the land can't be used, right? And who do you think is showing up to fight them and try and push them back? Hezbollah. So all that goodwill you got, where everyone in Lebanon was like, please, Hezbollah, just stay out of this. Don't bring us into this conflict. Please, 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 please. Please don't do anything. We fucking hate Hezbollah. Now we're back again where, regardless of, like, their complicated feelings about Hezbollah, a lot of Lebanese people are like, well, they're the ones who are showing up. They're the ones who are fighting on our behalf. They're the ones who are trying to stop this invasion. And so now you're back to a situation where the Lebanese people like Hezbollah again. And Joanna of Israel would never stand for that. But Joanna of Israel isn't trying to take over Lebanon. So, that's where there's to Jersey City. You know what annoys me? Eclecticism. I don't like when I go to Hoboken that I have to pay the MTA and then New Jersey Transit. I'm just saying, work that shit out. Make it one thing. I know you're technically different states, but if I can transfer from one train to the other, it's all got to be, if I'm in the train station, I paid to get in. And I've paid. Does Lebanon have the will or ability to do anything against Hezbollah regardless of what Israel does? Great question. So traditionally, they did do something, which is, traditionally, there was an agreement, kind of like a constitutional carve-out, for Hezbollah as a militant force being legally allowed to be armed, even though they weren't the military. So earlier in this conflict, they took away that right. Or I don't know if they fully did it, but they at least said that was not going to be the status quo anymore, that Hezbollah was not going to be like an accepted reality. But it's very difficult in a country that has such a delicate kind of a precarious religious balance, right? Because Hezbollah is really we're originally there because Shia parts of Lebanon, which were in the south and to the east, were not getting the same kind of attention from the government, whether that be military protection from Israel, which they were the most afflicted by, or even just like fucking civil services, right? Hezbollah was there to provide for the Shia of the community. Now, you are going to find that you're not going to get any take up from the Shia to go against Hezbollah. But at the moment, also Sunnis and Christians, Alawites in the region that's getting fucked, which includes Beirut, by the way. It's not just Dahia, like all of Beirut is being bombed. You are not going to get much take up from Lebanese people when it's Hezbollah putting their life on the line for the Lebanese government to roll out their own army and fight Hezbollah. They're going to be like, why are you fighting us? Why aren't you fighting Israel? Why are you fighting the guys that are trying to protect us right now? Do you think the change on Hezbollah will lead to further constitutional reforms overall? I honestly think that right now, Lebanon just needs to survive this conflict. Like, there's no point thinking about the constitution when your capital's being, like, bombed to shit. And they're blowing up bridges and they're trying to take a significant part of your country. And they're using chemical weapons. Like, maybe there'll be constitutional reform. The constitution is kind of fucked because of the religious balance. Lebanon's a really interesting case study just in and of itself. But right now, the focus is just on like, hey, we're being invaded. And no one's kind of noticing because of this arena over here. But like, this is very serious. Look at you. Thank you so much, Wallach. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. It always means a lot to me. And this is something really interesting that I wanted to talk about. It's in my notes, but I'll just jump to it now, which is, so USA obviously put a plan to Iran being like, hey, here's a ceasefire plan, 15 points. I don't know why he loves so many fucking points. Like, get it done in 2. Hey, Chicago's. If I'm having a plan, it's not 15 points. Jesus. Anyway, they put a 15. Iran was like, no, sent back their own things. And one of their own contentions is that Lebanon has to be included in any agreement. So any militant forces that are currently being attacked or fought with as a part of this war have to be included in the ceasefire and hostilities have to stop. Now, I do have to say, don't forget that there is currently a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah. And there has been for months, and at no stage has it been abided by on Israel's part. So like, while I think it's like clever for Iran to put that in, it's like, okay, but the last ceasefire wasn't being, adhered to. So I'm not sure what the difference is. But yeah. Okay, let me get my naughty notes up so we can go through some of that stuff. I also thought it might be fun for us to watch a quick video on the tanker war that was part of the Iran-Iraq war, even though it's different because it was more like actual conflict against tankers and not to do with the Strait of Hormuz. I think it does demonstrate that knowledge exists and existed that this was going to be a problem before it became a problem. How's everyone going? Any questions, guys? I'm going to try and also be less like a fucking teacher because I think maybe it comes across a little annoying. I can reflect on things. I can be reflexive. Also, insight into my mind. I thought every now and then I'd write down a thought and share it with you. And the thought that I recently had that I think is important to share is I personally am going to start practicing saying Johns Hopkins every day. Johns Hopkins. Because I know that it's Johns Hopkins. I know it's 2 last names, Johns Hopkins. But I know one day as a reflex, I'm going to say John Hopkins University. And whoever I'm talking to is going to say, it's actually Johns Hopkins. It's actually 2 last names. And I'm going to say, I know, you fucking deranged bitch. I know it's 2 last names. I'm aware of that. I fucking know that. And they're going to be like, whoa. And I'm going to be like, whoa, that was not an appropriate response. But I know that it's 2 last names. I know that. I didn't say John Hopkins because I believe that there's a man named John Hopkins who runs a university. I know it's Johns Hopkins. John Shopkins. I know it's Johns Hopkins, but it's just hard to say for some reason. So if anyone else would also like to start that, you are welcome to. Johns is a plural. Calm heart, don't even start with me. Don't even start with me. I guess that's true, Greg. But sometimes I feel like I'll like get to the end of a sentence and I'm like, you've just been ranting at these people. They hate you. I obviously assume everyone sitting in here watching me despises me. You should see how I take a compliment. See, Greg's got it. Greg's got it. Greg is very aware that it's Johns Hopkins. Anyway. The way that I'm thinking about it in order to say Johns Hopkins successfully every time is that Hopkins is the name of a bunny and John is a man who owns a bunny. So it's Johns Hopkins. It's Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins. The bunny is Hopkins. It's John's bunny. Johns Hopkins. I wish I didn't chess. I think that's the way. If you think of it as a possessive, Johns Hopkins, it becomes way easier. Okay. Case in Twitter chat. What do you mean? Faith, you can't be saying things like that because suddenly I'm like, am I on Twitter right now? Jay Husson, that's right. The only time Johns Hopkins has actually ever come up for me is watching Grey's Anatomy. I've never had to say it, but as an actor, I'm like, oh, you're going to get an audition one day where you have to say Johns Hopkins, and it's going to have to be so smooth. Thank you to the Cowatola. The Cowiatola.
Nice stream you have going here. It would be a shame.
It would be a shame if what? What did I do? What did I threaten to do? Oh my God. I don't know what I threatened. John Hopkins. Okay, guys. Let's get to some notes. Let's get to some talking. I have a general question if you don't mind. What weight importance do you place on instant unverified news like Twitter and X or similar? Do you ignore them and wait for real news, or do you think they're important as part of a holistic news diet? So I treat instant news in two ways. One, I treat it as a prepper for something to keep my eye on for confirmation, right? So maybe there's like grumblings of something that's going to come up in OSINT, and there are certain accounts which over time say the same, like say things that prove verifiable. So there are people that I'll trust more than other people. But if it's just like general like X feed, I'm not going to pay attention to it because it's just people trying to get engagement most of the time, right? Like I don't know, every single day I open my X and it tells me Netanyahu's been killed. Men's not dying. And I've started saying that because every time I've said that about someone, they've died. Oh no, the cow Ayatollah wants to take over my stream. I'm going to make a cow Ayatollah emote. However, no, Hungry Ahmed, sorry, I was only halfway through the thought. So one, I counted as like a indicator that I should be watching for some sort of confirmation of that news. But I also find it very interesting based on sources to think, okay, what what do people want me to be thinking right now? What do people want me to believe about the situation right now? So, for instance, the Times of Israel says that there'll be peace by Saturday, or they did it yesterday. The Times of Israel said that a peace deal was going to be struck on Saturday. So I read that and my mind immediately goes, okay, so the ground invasion is going to happen on Saturday. Boots on the ground on Saturday, right? Because I know that certain news coming from certain areas is put out for a specific reason, right? So you can also look at, like, if you truly understand media as part of the war, right? Sometimes I will read a tweet the same way as I look at a missile dropping on a certain facility, where I'm like, this itself is a weapon of war. So Trump extending peace by 10 days. I'm like, okay, so he's going to increase the amount of troops he's sending to the area, and he needs 10 more days to do that, right? No, you shouldn't listen to predictions. Definitely not. But like, a prediction being published in the Times of Israel is being published to tell you basically like the opposite is happening. They're trying to signal things are going one way because the opposite is about to happen. And in terms of what I actually I think it's far too soon now, which is why Wallach, there's been the 10-day extension. I think they were literally like, we can't get there. And Trump was like, fine, it won't be Friday. I'm going to add 10 days. The thing that I really use like fast news for, I don't like fast reporting. I don't really take fast reporting very seriously. But if you follow analysts that you trust over time, I like fast analysis. So I like people who are like, well, if this is true, this is what that means. So that's kind of what I use because I don't, look, there are very few, even the news, right? What I'm watching the news for is not the reporting necessarily. I'll look to Reuters or AP for something that I feel is fact checked as like, this is confirmed. But generally, I want a news source that's interviewing someone who's an expert. So I might as well go straight to the source. I don't really watch, I like Al Jazeera because they have as you've known from when we've watched Al Jazeera on stream, I'm quite familiar with their hired political correspondents, right? And I'm quite familiar with the political correspondents' biases. Like Marwan, the head of the political team, is like a very emotional speaker. So I know what I think about him. And then there are certain people like Elijah. There are certain experts I have on a lot which I don't find as credible. So if you watch a news source enough that you get to know the correspondents and you get to know the experts that they have on, and you can kind of this is the problem I have. Like, when I have thought about like trying to set up an AI to help me, I can't get what I want out of an AI because it's like the one thing that will never really be able to be replaced by AI is the one thing that I value the most, which is taste. And that even, I think, applies to knowledge, right? There are certain things that I have a taste for where it's like, I know what I'm maybe it's just that I need to really sit down and think what it is that makes someone worth listening to, but I could never replace it. I'm just using Claude. I'm just using it enough that I can argue about AI. I'm lucky. I'm not like a big, like, AI is the best thing since sliced bread. Well, this is probably going to be like Google, and I'm going to be the person who's like, I don't want to use that thing. Yeah, but I don't know I understand that, Spiro, but the problem is I don't know that's why I'm saying I would need to elucidate and like be able to communicate what my taste is. And I can't do that at the moment. I don't know what it is where I look at someone and go, this person is reliable and I trust them versus someone I don't. Ground troops will see, like, I'm not wishing it into the world, so I hope I'm wrong. Ground troops will be so fucked. Let me just check something, then we'll go into it. I mean, taste is born from experience, right? So as an artist, like, you're taught that your taste is kind of your most important asset. Like, one thing I really remember from theater school was, like, outside of class, the most important thing we were taught was to, like, have a point of view, because point of view is so central to acting. When you embody a character, you're embodying a point of view, and so you need to have a really clear idea of, like, how to come about a point of view, and so you need to have opinions on everything. So, like, you'll be walking, like, I'd be walking around New York and I'd see, like, an advertisement for a musical, and I'd be like, you know what, I hate jukebox musicals, because I had to, like, say out loud, like, what my taste is. I listen to music all the time and be like, I hate this, and this is why I don't like it, and this is my problem with it. And when I liked something, I had to have a really clear idea of why I liked it. And so what I'm saying is, like, I read a lot of stuff, I spend a lot of time researching, but I've developed a taste, but I haven't been doing the practice of, like, saying aloud what it is about certain things that I like or dislike enough to know what the criteria are. Oh my God. You know what I hate? Vocal fry. When I start talking like this, you should kill me. This is horrible. I am a trained professional who knows how to support my voice, and I don't need to be talking like that, actually. I can just put a little bit of breath and support behind it and talk like an adult. Guys, here's the thing. I do not use AI to do my thinking. I have zero trust in it. So I am currently doing all of my own thinking, and the only thing that I've used AI for is to try and build websites and build dashboards. And even when I tried to get it to help me do some thinking by, like, organizing my thoughts, I didn't like it. I like to organize my own thoughts. So I'm not using AI for thinking. I won't be using AI for thinking. I'm a low trust human being, and that's not something that I really pride myself on, that I think I have really good analysis. It's not something that I'm willing to outsource or even augment with AI. That will be, I'll have a low output of good analysis, but you're just going to have to deal with it being less but better quality, because I'm not outsourcing. Okay, so guys, I can't show you what I built with AI because I deleted it all because I thought Claude fucked with my stream. I thought it messed with my shit and I got mad at it and deleted everything. So now I'm going to have to restart, and I won't be doing it on this computer, even if it didn't do anything. Isn't it all in the cloud? I don't know, because I deleted the folder, Claude. I said, Claude, you're allowed to work in this folder, do all this stuff in this folder. And then I deleted the folder. And also, what the fuck is the cloud? This is something I'm like, now after thinking that Claude hurt my computer, I'm like very suspicious of this cloud. Because I'm like, clearly it's not in the cloud. Clearly the cloud is something. Clearly you're doing stuff on my PC and not in the cloud. And what even is Next question. Anyway, guys, there's a war on. Do you really... Oh, do you want to be talking about fucking AI right now? That's what I thought. It's for after the war. When I'm like, well, now the war's over, what are we going to talk about? But where is it storing it? Pussies? Where? Okay. Eventually, all of the world leaders will become okay. You know how we did the philosophy stream as well? I did want to tell you guys that apparently, I'm lucky. Apparently, apparently, um. Oh my god, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Apparently, Trump is being shown footage of all the best hits from the day at the end of every day. Like a highlight reel for his own war. Which is very Baudrillard. It's like very bad. It's not good. Because this is a big thing in terms of like how Trump sees the war as well, that I have like a huge problem with, which is like just how he understands conflict. And I said as well that there was a real issue with Iran turning into a different version of Vietnam where there's no clear win. And so in order to create the illusion of a win, they end up counting something that doesn't actually correlate to facts on the ground. So, you know, in Vietnam, it was like, we're winning because look at the body count. Look at body counts, right? And so I have no idea, Greg. You'll have to go and sit in the White House and report back for us. You can be our correspondent. Yeah, the problem is you are getting to a situation which, because it is like strikes based on opportunity and there's no real ability because there's no clear objective and the objective keeps changing, and it's such a stupid and unwinnable objective when there is one, that in order to provide the sense that that there's some winning, I guess. Hang on, why am I so distracted? Yeah, in order to provide the illusion of winning, they're like, look at how many explosions we created today, sir. Look at how many things went boom today, sir. And look at our plane flying away untouched. Pretty cool. Looks like the expedition of a winner, if you ask me. Yeah, I think that's like a huge thing as well. And it's like what Baudrillard was talking about, she doesn't love you. Not that I want to go back to philosophy, right? But it's like because these people sort of exist outside the Western system, they're not fighting like Westerners either, where it's like, well, they're just fighting to defend their fucking homeland. You would fight like this too if this was happening in Washington, D.C. and it was your house. But anyway, the thing is, Faith, the reason I don't think he is being intentionally misled is because I think that's true of, this is the problem. It is true of some of the people around him, in that I think Witkoff and Kushner are definitely misleading him. But when you look at the people who are missing a lot of the time, right? Why is Scott Bessent going out? Well, they're not going to do that, Morgan. What they're going to do is they're going to take Alberta through secession, and then it's going to take all of your fucking oil, and then other people will fight. But your JD Vances, your Marco Rubios, Pete Hegseth is coming out occasionally, but I think he's so stupid that he doesn't realize he's kind of experiencing now what Kristi Noem experienced a couple of months ago, where in real time he realizes like, oh shit, am I being turned into the fall guy? Am I maybe the fall guy? So that's what Pete Hegseth is experiencing. Well, the reason they send Besant isn't because he's gay, which normally would be an explanation I would accept. The reason they send Besant is because he isn't someone who is easily fireable. So he's kind of immune to being the fall guy because it's like, well, it's not his portfolio, first of all. He's so far separated from any of this. And if you're actually worried about your money, this isn't the person you want to fire right now. If you're actually worried about the economy, this is not the guy you want to fire. I don't have sunglasses here right now. But like JD Vance, so the thing is, I think JD Vance, Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard, Elbridge Colby were all like, this is bad. And I think even like the heads of his military were like, this is bad. But also there are a bunch of neocons in the Republican Party. There are a bunch of people who, for their entire fucking life, all they have wanted is to invade Iran. And I think having people in your upper circles and having experts in your upper circles who hold two different positions means that you can essentially do whatever you want. Because there's going to be someone who says yes. Either way. That was so funny when he was like hard and Donald Trump was like, don't forget the UAE, Bobby. Okay, so I think the problem with the peace plan that's coming from the US, and maybe to a certain extent, the peace plan that's coming from Iran as well, is that okay, Morgan, it's actually very simple. This is how wars end. Negotiation, diplomacy, every single time. Every single time. Even if there's a decisive strike, every single time you end up at the table. So that is winning or losing a war is not something, it's kind of something that's retroactively decided and debated, to be honest, in a large way. It's never like this action happened and then the war was over. I think people paint it that way because of World War II, or like, you know, there's an imagination, a war that exists in the social imaginary where it's like, oh, this decisive, and that's actually, I'm really glad you brought that up because this is exactly what I want to talk about. The proposal put forward by the US has an underlying assumption that one bold move will fundamentally reshape the conflict and then bring it to a favorable end. And that's just the idea that a single decisive action is going to deliver strategic victory has repeatedly proven, not just in this war, but in wars throughout history, to be completely illusory in complex systems and in complex wars. Maybe in a small war, maybe in a little back and forth, but really a decisive strike that changes the dynamic only changes the dynamic to the point that it brings people to the table. But everything always ends at the table. There's no like, oh, we hit them and then they gave up and said whatever you want. It's like we've got them into a position. It's like, think about chess. There comes a point where someone goes, oh, fuck, like I'm out of moves. That's essentially what you're looking for to get to the table. Yeah, both sides want favorable terms to go. That's obviously every side wants favorable terms to go to the table. But in a complex situation like this, there's no one thing that America can do which will change, which will fundamentally reshape the conflict. There's no silver bullet. And that seems to be like the base underlying assumption for this conflict. So it's left from the military to come up with an idea, but since there's no strategy of winning by airstrikes, what do they do? I mean, this is what I think the boots on the ground at Karg is like. He's like, oh, just one more. We'll just put boots on the ground, but just in this little spot, and that'll change it. So like, I live in Australia, yes. Do you live in Australia? Yes, I do. Hang on, give me 1 second, guys. I'm breathing outside. It doesn't matter, but the thing is, polygraph detected, they may do something significant. I'm not telling you they're not going to do something significant. I'm sure they will, right? It's the same as, like, I don't know if you saw the other day, but Israel was saying, like, hey guys, we killed the head of the Navy. And it's like, okay, come on. How many people do you have to kill before you work out that that's not, the decapitation doesn't mean anything in this system? How many people, like, at this stage, like, who gives a fuck? Like, no one cares. But Hungry Ahmed, I think that that's why, like, Iran is not putting forth a peace plan that kind of deals with that or allows for that. No, I don't think Iran does care. I think Iran has someone ready to go to step up into that position. That's how their entire system is built. That's what's been proven again and again and again throughout this conflict. That they have a system that is built in a decentralized way with long lines of command and control where each person is easily replaced because personnel are not the priority. The system is the priority. And the system was created during the Iran and Iraq war literally to deal with these circumstances. Okay, so the current situation in the war is that no one side has won and no one side has lost. Iran's peace plan is predicated on caring about it. I mean, of course they care about stopping being bombed. What I'm saying is no one cares that you killed another member of the leadership because it's been proven many times throughout this conflict that doesn't matter to them. Even the Israeli people are like, okay, so what? Yeah, exactly, Sonu. So the situation currently is that no one has won and no one has lost. And last time they were in this situation, last year, the US made a phone call and the war ended. That obviously is not going to happen this time because neither side views this conflict that way. So Trump wants to find this silver bullet action to take that will shift the entire balance to be on their side. So they go to the negotiating table with all of the cards in their hands. No, it don't impress me much. I fucking love that song. I listen to that song every day, Greg, because I decided I needed a song to remind myself that I'm that bitch. And that's the song I chose. And I think of Elon Musk a lot when I listen to that song. Not that Elon Musk is hitting on me, but you get the idea. So what did the US want? They wanted removal of all sanctions. They said, we'll give you removal of all sanctions. We'll assess in developing a civilian nuclear project for electricity generation, but we have to be involved. We'll remove the threat of sanctions being reimposed. You will freeze all of your nuclear programs under a defined framework. We'll supervise all of your enriched uranium. The missiles program will be limited. The use of nuclear programs will be completely limited. Development of nuclear capacity halted. No further expansion of enrichment. No production of weapons-grade nuclear material. All enriched material to be handed off to the IAEA. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo to be taken out of use. International monitoring and verification of mechanisms enforced, gradual implementation tied to compliance, additional regional and security understanding between the parties. Now, one thing I want to point out is that a lot of this was on the table and semi-agreed to before this conflict started. So this was the most fucking stupid war on the face of the planet. No, that's not that. So that's the deal that was pushed recently, communicated through the Pakistan channel. Avocadorable, what are you talking about? Do you know how silly that is to sorry, now I'm calling you stupid again for the second stream in a row. But I do just want to say, you understand that Iran, which is like a mid-level country, is currently being attacked by the most powerful military in the entire world and is under aerial assault without having an air force. And that aerial assault is focusing on civilian hotspots like the fucking capital city. And you're like, well, if they had a better general, maybe America wouldn't be so successful. Tell me who would be successful with a good general against America. Yeah, it is silly because if you have built a system saying, hey, it's highly likely that a lot of people are going to be lost, so we need to make sure that we have a decentralized system where incredibly capable people are trained up and ready to go. We've seen absolutely no impact on command and control. There's no issue with command and control. There hasn't been a change with that. There hasn't been an issue with command and control. Now, if command and control were falling apart and there was not a consistent plan and their ability to respond was damaged, which we've not seen at one point in this war, at every point there's been a response, and a response that has been, in many cases, proportionate. Communication has been consistent. There is nothing to suggest that the problem is at a command and control level. The problem is simply the problem that any country that had Iran's military and Iran's infrastructure and Iran's economic situation, any country similar to Iran would face if they were being attacked by the most powerful military in the world. You understand that? Like, because you can identify this, right? You can look and be like, oh, this is a problem with the people at the top. Just like everyone in this chat is saying, God, the problem is Trump's a fucking idiot. The problem is he's surrounded by yes men. The problem is at the top, we have a guy who doesn't know what the fuck he wants. That's not what people are saying. Vietnam defeated the most powerful military with how many dead? Avocadorable. How many Vietnamese died? Because Iran's following the same playbook, a war of attrition where they play the game of mercy and understand that they are willing to absorb a lot of pain. It's not about how many leaders died, how many Vietnamese people died. You just said before, Iran would probably not have so many deaths if it had a dearth of capable military commanders. And then you said, and I said, no, it has a lot of deaths because it's fighting the most powerful military in the world. And you said Vietnam was able to defeat the most powerful military in the world. And I put back to you your first point, which was Iran had a lot of deaths. Yeah, so did Vietnam. No, but the deaths in Vietnam weren't because they didn't have good leaders. The deaths in Vietnam was because they were fucking random Vietnamese people fighting an actual powerful military. I'm sorry. Nah, this is stupid. This is stupid. If just the leader of the Viet Cong had not died, the first leader of the Viet Cong, if all the first leaders of the Viet Cong had stayed alive, then maybe so many Vietnamese. Do you know who was dying in Vietnam? Not soldiers. Vietnamese people. They weren't fighting. They weren't receiving instruction from commanders. What do you mean their leaders didn't die en masse? How do you when you say Vietnam defeated the American military, what do you mean? What do you mean? Because what they did was outlast the American military, which is what Iran is currently doing, with a lot of deaths, just like Vietnam did, with a lot of deaths. I know they're different. I didn't make the comparison. Their leaders survived and asserted political will. There's a current Ayatollah. The IRGC is intact. The regime is not even close to falling. So what's your point, bro? Last I checked, there's a more hardline regime in place. The regime is more hardline. Their political will is even more strong than the moderate people who were moderate, but the more moderate than who is in charge now, people of before. It's not a troll because they're here every stream and have been since I was streaming in 2021. That's why I don't tend to block them. But if you think that the leaders, what I'm trying to tell you about how the system is set up in Iran is that you could take out the entire leadership 5 times over and new leaders would come in with the exact same political will and able to do command and control and able to enforce it because that's how they've built the system. They built the system so that it doesn't matter how many times you decapitate it, it will grow back. Avocadorable exists in this stream to do this. Hang on, I don't think having a current leader is the same as the previous regime lasting. They had a policy of their policy of forward defense changed last year. Their system was not set up with central control. That is not true. Whoever taught you that is lying. Their system was set up during the Iran and Iraq war to be decentralized. I'm okay. I'm a very regulated person. I have a regulated nervous system. And I respond to everything from a place of centered peace. I am always in control. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. Wallach knows. Wallach is now like, I'm either getting silly or I'm getting dysregulated. I've got to go play with my... The Ayatollah is the Pope. The Ayatollah is the authority, but that's not how the system works. Love, you're not going to do that to me. You're not going to say that shit to me. You're not going to even play. Don't even fucking play with me. Don't do it. Okay, let me get you. What, do you want some cows? He's more than a spokesperson. He's more than a spokesperson. He does have power. But the power, people are responsible for different things, okay? You have to know it to know it. And yes, the Ayatollah gives a tick on things. And yes, it's the same as like the Council of Experts who appoint the new Ayatollah. Yeah, technically they're the ones that are appointing the new Ayatollah, but the IRGC already knew who the new Ayatollah was going to be, you know? ChatGPT arguments would be better? Fuck off, Lucky. Then go fucking play with your dick and ChatGPT and leave me alone. If you want to go and have an argument with ChatGPT, go have an argument with ChatGPT. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to go and play with my joystick and self-regulate. And that's what I'm going to do. He was talking about me. Everything's about me. Now you need some music. I wish I could just put on normal music. Oh, sorry guys. listen to just some random. I'll be back in a minute.
lyric pen, fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Tupac is a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Tupac is a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
This is peaceful. This is right. Yes. Oh my god. The cow toller must be stopped. Hang on. Oh my god, the Ayatollah must be stopped. Okay. The cow Ayatollah just tipped me money. The cow... The cow Ayatollah must be stopped. No, don't praise the cow Ayatollah. I'm the Joe Ayatollah. There's only one Ayatollah. Oh wait, guys. I brought something to show you. This is my joystick. I actually would be in a lot of trouble because of how I stored it. It now has a slight curve, a bend. I don't have room here, but it is a fighting stick. It's not a bow. A bow is much longer than a joystick. A joystick is... I literally have no room to do anything. I'm smacking shit, so I can't even show you anything. But things that this is all also nice for, outside of fighting. This I like. To just stretch my back like this. My joystick has a curve. The thing about this, getting your joystick in my old martial art was a huge deal. And you had to get it, and you had to oil it. Everything I say is going to sound bad now. Now that you've said that, now I'm like... You had to really... I don't want to talk about it, actually. You guys can't be trusted. Listen, I was told when I first got this, because this has to feel like... I'm just going to persevere and say it, knowing you're all fucking sick in the head, you fucking sicko. Okay? Listen. You sick freaks. You had to oil your joystick yourself, okay? And then I was told you have to do everything with this stick. You have to sleep with this stick. It has to be with you at all times because it needs to feel like an extension of your body. It needs to feel like it's part of your body. And you have to be with this stick until it literally just feels like an extension of you. Like a guitar. Also, I'm selling my guitars. Does anyone want them? I've got 2. I'm selling them. They're beautiful. You have to be in Australia because I don't know how else I could get them to you. Pack it up. They're not oiled. The guitars are not oiled. They're so beautiful though. Although my fucking nephew chipped the body of one of them just slightly, which is so annoying. Hang on. I'll show you one of my beautiful guitars. Yeah. Look at her. This is my Fender Stratocaster. Beautiful American classic, 2007. Pew, pew, pew. So gorgina. Literally hardly used, but look. At the neck, I don't know if you can see, there's like a little crack there. And a little crack on the other side. But this is from my girl band days, guys. When I was in my girl band. Yeah. Gorgeous. And then do you want to see my acoustic? It's also beautiful. It's a Maton. This is as nice as they get when it comes to an acoustic guitar. And it has the capacity to plug in so you can record. Okay. Yes, it is. It is. It is the EBG 808 CL Performer. I have to sell them because truly so beautiful. My guitars are so beautiful. I love them so much. The reason I have to sell them is because 1, I need money. 2, it's a guitar make. Let me find it for you. This is it. The Maton, they call it the Maton Performer. It's such a beautiful guitar. Now, the reason I am selling, 1, is I need money. 2, I'm moving to America. I can't take them with me. Because they're heavy. 3, my rheumatoid arthritis has progressed to the point that I don't have much hand strength anymore, particularly in my fingers. I have low finger mobility and low strength in my hands. So I just can't play the way that I used to. And I feel like they're such beautiful guitars and they are just sitting here. I know, but I need money, Crude. So I leave them at my parents' house, so they can just sit here and not be played and do nothing. When there's someone out there who will love them permanently, inshallah. You think, phone? Why do you think I should keep it? It's a nice guitar. Brand new, it's like 3K Australian, I think. So I'd probably try and sell it for like 2K. But I can't, my hands don't do it. My hands don't say anything naughty. Bad horse. I know I can buy a grip to increase hand strength, but I have a condition called rheumatoid arthritis, which is degenerative on my joints, particularly in my hands. That's where I'm most affected. So I get inflammation in my finger joints and and the grip is bad because the inflammation is bad and wearing away at the synovial joints in my hands. Matthew, my dad is dead. And he bought me that guitar. So thank you for bringing it up. He bought me that guitar for Christmas. And I remember wanting it so bad. I wanted that guitar so bad. And I was sure he didn't get it. And then I found it under his bed. And I was like, I got it. And then I had to act like I didn't know. And then I had to be really excited when I got it. Yeah, Pete, you get it. I'm sad to see it go too. And I learnt Spanish guitar in school. And so it will be sad. It's so out of tune. Otherwise I would play something for you guys, but it's such a beautiful guitar. Also, okay guys. I do, of course, but I hold sentimental value for everything. I'm going to live in New York City. Leave it for my mum is desperately, my poor mum has a house filled with stuff that everyone has left for the memories. And she's trying to downsize. She's in this house overflowing with stuff and she can't relax or downsize because there's so much stuff. So my idea is that hopefully I can at least clear up all of my stuff so that, at least I'm not a burden. At least I don't have my stuff everywhere. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, Matthew. I'm going to New York. I'm going to be fucked. I'll last there for like a second and then have to go to... You don't have to... You have to be rich to live in New York in one sense. But do you guys think that only rich people live in New York? Like, I'm going to be moving in with like 4 roommates. I'm going to live in a tiny box. I'm not going to have a social life because it's a city I want to be in. Okay? It is possible to live there and not have money. If you lived in New York, you would know that. A lot of people there don't have a lot of money. It's about what you care about. If I wanted to have a big home, then no, I wouldn't live in New York, but I'm not interested in having a big home. I'm interested in being out and going to movie screenings and meeting up with people. I've got friends there. My brother's there. I don't need a lot. Look, I am not a material person. I don't need a lot of things to survive. I don't need space. I will sacrifice, I love fashion. I love it, but I don't think I've bought myself like a new fucking outfit in 5 years. I don't need things. What I do need is to be where I just need to be there. I am a theatre person. I want to be doing theatre. I want to be doing film. I want to be somewhere where I feel like I'm feeding my soul. I don't want to be here. And I've lived there before. Like I'm just here waiting on my like proper stuff to go through. Like rent for a 1-bedroom, yes, would be around upwards of 2,800. First of all, I'm not going to tell you guys where I'm looking at living because that would be crazy and doxy and weird, and I'm not going to do it. But I'm not looking at living in an expensive part of town. 1. 2, I'm not looking at living alone. I'm looking at living with roommates, and that is something that helps a lot. What do you do though, Cruid? Because it's like, do you just wait to live your life on a basis of like, oh, I'll just wait for shit to get better in America? I'll just delay all of my decisions until the time is right in the world. It may never get better. It may never be better. And it's like, it depends what you're judging things on, right? Because it's like, oh, well, like I love Australia. I love Australia, right? I'm a big nature girl. I love nature. But at the base of it, like I do this because like, I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to you guys. I find this fun. I think it's a good time for both of us, inshallah. Hopefully you learn something. Hopefully you enjoy my coverage. Hopefully you enjoy my company, right? But like at the end of the day, I am an artist, right? Like that's what I do. I write movies, I write plays, I act in film and I act in theatre, and I can't do that here. And it's soul killing when you are like a creative person and you just can't do anything. It sucks. Like I just want to be somewhere where other people value what I value. Great musical you're working on? Oh yeah, Dog's lyrics. You guys need to see my cute little collage from my from my Instagram. Let me. Do you know how hard, like, okay, let me tell you this. Yeah, I'm just waiting on immigration stuff here. That's why I'm in Australia, because I had to come back for immigration purposes. No, I want to keep streaming. I mean, I'll stream so long as it you know, I'll stream so long as I benefit from it and you guys benefit from it and it's fun and happy and we're all having a good time, right? No, Jess. So like I was an actor. Well, I am an actor. I literally put down a screen test yesterday. So stupid. It feels so stupid doing self-tests for stuff. When the world is falling apart, you're like, hi, I'm Joanna Richards. I'm represented by blah. I'm free for the shoot dates. And meanwhile, like half the world is being bombed. But so one of the biggest pieces of advice I got as an actor was like, okay, write your own stuff. So then I became a writer. Then I had this thing and I got into the pitching room for a bunch of TV production studios. And they said, we're actually only taking pitches from comedians at the moment. You kind of need to prove yourself as a comedian and have an audience built in. And then we'll take a look at your TV show. So I was working on that, became a comedian. Then COVID happened and nothing is being picked up by anyone. You literally have to be already successful either in the US or in another field with a massive audience to be able to get any sort of thing picked up here. And I say that as someone who is successful as a writer in the theatre, mind you. The reason I would not pick LA over New York is because LA is a great place to be, but what you're able to do in between, I have very reasonable realistic understandings of my own mental world, right? The nice thing about New York is like when you're not doing self-tapes, when you're not doing film stuff, it's like, okay, I am doing a comedy class, I'm doing clowning, I'm doing Balinese mask work, there's lots to do. There's lots to fill your life with in New York. You have a life outside of being an actor. In LA, it's like I do self-tapes and I do Pilates and I do green juices and I take care of my health and my body. It's not a good place for me to be. I need to be somewhere that values an entire person. And I fucking hate driving. I just want to be in a city where I don't have to have a car. I have lots of friends in LA. I will visit, maybe. But I knew when I was little, when I very first went to New York, I said to myself, you're going to live here. And so in also a way, it's like very important for the little child in me. Hey, Sean. Okay, guys, we need to get less about me. It's not all about me. We're about to get back to monitoring. For some reason, we monitored me for a minute. But now we're going to monitor the situation again. Also, guys, I get that New York is expensive. Guess what? I'll go, and if it gets too expensive, I will leave. But I'm not going to not do something that I want to do before I even try, because of an assessment that people have made from the outside when I've been living on and off in New York for the last 5 years. Like, part of the reason I wasn't streaming is because I was traveling back and forth between two countries constantly. And in America, I didn't have a stream set up. Okay. So we were talking about, I know Chicago has it's too cold for me. You guys are like, Joe, your dreams are too expensive. How on earth are you going to make it? Stay in your small town forever and don't sell your guitars. Your dreams are too expensive, but don't do anything that might make you money because memories. Crazy bitches. Okay. Night Jazz. I'm not becoming a singer. Don't make me sing. What do you mean Canberra is soul destroying? It kind of is if you're an artist. There's a lot of it's a relaxing place, great place to raise a family, I guess. But if you have a dream, it's not the ideal city to be in. Okay, so here's the thing. And anyone, all my girly pops, boys, maybe not so much. Sorry. I gotta draw a line. Remember, you're all in man jail and you should be apologizing for being men every day. Never forget that. But girly pops in the New York area who want to go to the opera, it's actually low-key kind of cheap. Okay, and we could go. Yeah, you get privileges. You get privileges for being gay, but you still have to be in jail for a while. I'm sorry. I do make the rules, and that's the rules. Okay, so here's the truth about an assessment when it comes to Iran's position, in my opinion, which is correct. Is yeah, Ali, it is. It's got to be one of the best SNL. Don't make me sing. Don't make me sing. So after Khamenei was eliminated, which is a nice way to describe it, there's nothing that Washington is going to be able to do, no threat that it's going to be able to make that's going to move Iran, right? That's just true. It doesn't matter if you threaten Karg Island. It doesn't matter if you threaten the electricity infrastructure. It doesn't matter. There is no deterrence, right? Because one, nothing you offer can be trusted, and two, it's like, do your worst, because we have, it's as I've said since the beginning, it's existential, right? If the US wants to take control of the strait, there's essentially two options. Reach an agreement with Iran. To me, the best option, the obvious option, end the war, reach an agreement. That's what both Ayatollah Joe and Sheriff. Hang on. Wait, fuck.
I think you should do whatever makes you happy. Although I'd like it if your guitars ended up with someone that appreciated them. Winking face emoji.
They are beautiful guitars, and they will be with someone who appreciates them. And thank you for telling me to chase my dreams and be happy. Unlike the haters in the chat. The haters who are like, oh, you have dreams? Your dreams aren't expensive. And you look poor. Have you considered that? Like, maybe you should get new dreams. Me, since I was 8. You're right, they actually said I looked rich. That's the other thing that none of you keep in mind. I could just marry rich. Like, I know I'm getting old and I'm aging out of that option, but it's still an option. I do comedy in New York, and I help out at a podcast studio. But I can't do, this is the thing, Matthew, I can't do anything until I get my visa, because up to this point, I've only ever been able to be there for 3 months at a time. And you know what you can't do? Get the fuck off the ground when you're only somewhere for 3 months. You can't get any momentum. Okay, guys, we're monitoring the situation. Please. Please. So, yeah, they can make a... Yeah, where's my head of the Dubai Bank? Come back. I know you worry about me. I know you worry about me. Worry about me when I'm actually in the situation. Don't pre-worry. Okay? Worry about me later. Okay, so option 1 is to just resolve the war. That's the option I favor. You want to open the strait? Perfect. Let's reach an agreement. That's what I like. The other option is use overwhelming force. I mean overwhelming. I mean huge amounts of boots on the ground, huge amounts of firepower. Overwhelming. It would, Avocadorable. If we got to a negotiation, let's say we took the track I like. If there was a negotiation about ending the war, Iran would insist on retaining its ability to use ballistic missiles, as we've said since the beginning, because they see that as a violation of its sovereignty. It would want to keep its right to enrich uranium, as we said from the beginning, because that's about asserting its sovereignty. And it would want to maintain its authority over the strait, because the one thing that it's super learnt through this conflict and previous conflicts is this is their asymmetric token. Like, control over this strait, control over the global energy supply, and not just the energy supply, because you need to think about it. Energy security really is one step away from food security. One step away from all kinds of security. But basically, you close the strait, you fuck up the globe. So it's not something militarily that they would, I'm thinking as the Ayatollah, right? If I'm the Ayatollah, I'm not giving up the strait. You can try and pry that from my dead cold hands, and you won't be able to, because if you kill me, I'll pass it on to the next Ayatollah, and you'll have to try and pry it from his alive hands, okay? Krua, did you see that they're upping the age? They upped the age for military reservists, or hang on. They upped the age for something so that it was higher to like 45, which is concerning. Yeah, but Avocadorable, this is the problem. You are thinking that Trump thinks like a normal human man with sense. He sees taking Karg Island as a silver bullet move, which he can do quickly and decisively, and then be like, okay, we took it, give up. Yeah, exactly, Faith. Iran does. There's nothing that can be done that's going to shift a geographic leverage thing like this. Okay, so that's what they're going to want, which is control over the strait, the right to enrich uranium, and keeping their ballistic missiles and their ability to develop them. So Trump has very few choices. One, recognize that negotiations are unlikely to yield a meaningful agreement at this stage. Why? Because obviously the two sides have irreconcilable requirements for ending the war, right? So Washington assumes that Iran views themselves as having lost this war because of the damage that Iran has taken. But Iran was always going to take damage. They knew they were going to take damage. They were prepared to take damage because their winning condition was surviving. Not flourishing, surviving. Their winning condition was no regime change. That's a very funny thing to say, Avocadorable, when every negotiation that has taken place recently has been earmarked by Israel killing the negotiator. But Iran will kill anyone that negotiates peace. It's very funny when the facts tell a very different story. Literally killed 40 of the top officials during the last negotiations, but okay. Killed the Ayatollah. That's like the equivalent of if Iran killed Trump during the negotiations. I don't know what you're talking about with Kash Patel's email. Okay, so Washington thinks that Iran thinks that they've lost. Iran don't think that they've lost. Okay? So what do they have? They have two military options. Okay? They could do a limited ground option, which would probably be Karg Island or those just my little, or Abu Musa or one of the Tums, right? I don't think they'd go for Kesh, but Trump's kept saying Karg, so it's probably Karg. And the reason to go for Karg is because it's related to the oil infrastructure. But this is the thing, right? You need to understand, like, this is literally a situation where someone's like, I got nothing to lose. I need you to understand how Iran is viewing their oil. Vicky, I'm gonna do an Instagram reel with my little map that I drew, where you can actually see it. But I don't think Washington is fully understanding how much I don't give a fuck the attitude is for Iran right now when it comes to this strait. Okay? I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, the other option other than the ground, hang on. The other option other than the ground operation on Karg would be the direct strikes on the Iranian infrastructure. Both carry significant risks, which have been highlighted by Iran. Iran's already said, if you do this, Iran's already kind of, like, you know when you're playing chess with someone and they're like, oh, well, I mean, you could move your, I don't play chess, remember, other than that one date I went on with that grandmaster where I made him let me win. You know when you're playing with someone who's really good at chess and they're like, oh, if you move your knight there, you could do that. That's an option. But if you do that, I'll take this and then I'll move here and then I'll do that and then it'll be checkmate. That's kind of like what Iran keeps saying whenever the US is like, we're going to do this. It's like, oh, yeah, you can invade Karg Island, but we'll obviously kill all of your troops. It'll come with massive losses. It'll be astronomical. The losses you'll incur will be insane. And then with the threat on the infrastructure, it's like, oh, yeah, you can hit our energy infrastructure. That's fine if you want to do that. But just so you know, when you hit our energy infrastructure, we will see that as the green light to attack all of the energy infrastructure and desalination plants in the Gulf. Just so you're aware. Which would be a crazy, crazy, crazy thing, right? Yeah, it's anyone who knows anything about the military. It's like, this is what's obviously going to happen. But what I'm saying is, like, we know that both of those options carry significant escalation risks. And more importantly, they don't produce any meaningful result. Yeah, Faith, you know what I was thinking about in bed last night? I was like, gee, this feels reminiscent of the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. Because, like, Drake is kind of like America in that everyone's like, oh, Drake. Like, we know he's great. He's great at music. He's kind of annoying, though. It's like, we know he's kind of like one of the biggest singers in the world, but, like, you know, Drake. You know that Drake's going to drop a chart topper pretty much any time he drops, but, like, oh, God, he's on the nose. And it just feels like every time Drake is like, yeah, fuck yeah, because the White House is full of pedophiles. Exactly. And Iran is like, I am going to do something that is going to fuck you up immeasurably to the point that even people who don't like me have to kind of hand it to me. The only, like, it's not a perfect analogy because obviously, Thank you, Bad Horse. Thank you so much. Yay! I gotta keep all my beverages away from my sacred map. Thank you, Bad Horse. You're the horse. You're the bad horse. Yeah, I just think it's kind of like, I keep thinking it feels very much like a rap battle. So yeah, the bigger problem than the fact that there's this significant escalation is that it's an escalation that doesn't produce a meaningful result. You're escalating for no purpose. And this is the problem with the way that is my mic too loud, by the way, guys? Am I like clipping all the time? Because my thing keeps going into the red, but you often tell me I'm too quiet. So I'm very, audio is not my skill. Okay, cool. You're escalating for no reason. And so you've got option B then, right? Push to end the conflict. So here's the thing. Option A is recognizing that your negotiations aren't going to work, so pushing to do either a limited ground operation or hit the energy infrastructure. So that's your kind of like aggressive option. Option B is pushing to end the conflict at any cost. Which is like not something I believe Donald Trump is or Israel are capable of doing. Yeah, Ahmad, that's exactly what I'm like. They do not understand this was existential. They don't have an understanding of what this kind of existential conflict means to a country. Yeah, I've seen all the like. We'll have a look at them maybe. Because I've got a thread of all the different shit that Iran's putting out. Because it's making me think of, I'm collecting it in case I wanted to make a Baudrillard video about like how all the insane shit that's been said through this war and all of the insane stuff. Yeah. Anyway. So I don't think that option B is a possibility for the United States, because even though this path reduces risk, a bunch of people don't have to die. We don't have to lose desalination plants. The strait can open. Everything can be great. We can all be happy. Obviously, it will be seen as strategic retreat and it will be seen as a loss. So even if it was just like, hey, this is a limited framework for a ceasefire. We're just reducing hostilities. It's a unilateral declaration that we're not going to beef for a little bit and we'll come back. We'll postpone the more difficult issues. There's no way they would do it. So option C, I told you there were two, but there's always a third option. Please, guys. There's never just an option A and an option B. Don't limit your minds. Don't limit your minds. There's always another option. And option C is delay the ultimatum. The secret third thing. Yeah, delay the ultimatum, which we've already seen, and it could be delayed again, right? Or which is an informal version, and the formal version would be to declare a short-term ceasefire. Right? Say, hey, things are progressing, and since everything's progressing, we just need a little bit more time. We don't want to make things worse. We don't want to act prematurely and create an escalation. We need to assess the situation. Everything needs to calm down so we can assess the situation. You just keep doing that either informally, which is what Trump is currently doing, like, I'm adding 10 days because shit looks tight. Looks like JD's doing some funky shit in Pakistan, so I don't want to damage his flow. No, just chill out. Or you can do it formally by saying, hello, we, the United States and Iran. We are declaring a ceasefire for the immediate term. Well, that's what's interesting, Teflon, because part of the reason they currently don't have a toll booth is because they are not signatories to what is the law? You have to sign up to something. I believe it's called hang on, I bet I wrote it down on my phone. We got to skip past my creepy little diary note and find my intellectual assessment of the situation note. Found the note on Iraq. Oh, you know what's so funny? Iraq's oil field is called Majnoon, which is the Arabic word for crazy. Crazy oil field. Majnoon. What's that about, huh? Dimona. That's not what we're talking about, but there's a note in here. Okay, I don't have it written anywhere because I'm not stupid. I'm not talking negatively about myself anymore. I'm very 222 angel numbers. Okay. There's something that's called like the International Treaty of Lawful Sea Navigation or something like that. And lots of countries are signed up to it. The USA isn't. Iran isn't. But that's the kind of convention under which Turkey imposes fees, Egypt imposes fees at Suez Canal. So like you can put a transit fee in if you're signed up to that. So I actually think, right, because if you think about one of Iran's like non-negotiables that they've put forward is a guarantee of clearly defined payments for war damage and reparations, right? And how are you going to do that? America could directly pay Iran. I don't think that's going to happen. The Gulf states, thank you, Jimmy. The Gulf states could pay Iran. Or Oman and Iran could form a Strait of Hormuz authority under which they charge vessels for transit through the strait, and that fee could be used as a form of reparations, which I think is a possibility, as a way of not actually admitting that you're paying reparations, right? I think that might be their way around that when we eventually get to a stage where people are actually negotiating in good faith. Yes or no? I mean, like, Ahmed, it's better to get reparations however you get them. Oh, God. You know when you don't drink water and then you drink it and you're like, oh, my God, why was I not drinking that? It's almost like it's making up a large portion of my body. It's almost like I need it to thrive. Okay, so yes, option C, which is kind of the currently undertaken option, but I do believe that option C very quickly devolves into option A at the whim of the leader of the free world. But each decision has like consequences, and obviously there's a few things that are difficult that make any negotiation extra difficult. One, the extremely decentralized, fragmented nature of Iran's decision-making system. Right? You know how we were talking about Khalibaf the other day, and I was like, let's get acquainted with Khalibaf because this is who Trump seems to be talking to. I'm sure that is who Trump is talking to, by the way. And I'm sure that what do you mean polygraph? I'm sure that Ghalibaf is who America is talking to, and I'm sure that he figures himself an authority, but he can't actually do anything. He doesn't have any operational authority to negotiate or make any promises on behalf of Iran. So the kind of problem is like, who are you going to be able to talk to who has enough authority to make deals? That's tough. the same time, I'm just going to say one word and I'm not going to expand because I don't need to. Israel. And then there's also like any expansion of this conflict at all will lead to attacks on energy infrastructure, which will fuck up the world even more. Like, it's different for different people. Like, it's not going to fuck up China so much. Now, there is a thing that I think would fuck up China. So, like, let's think about Karg for a second. Do you need to see my map again quickly to remember where Karg is? I'm so willing to just quickly show it to you. Now, as I said, the UAE desperately wants the Tums and Abu Musa. So, the invasion could happen here, right? It is possible that it would happen on one of these islands. But I think because the invasion isn't actually about doing anything in terms of the strait, right? Because the idea of like, oh, we'll get on this island and it'll help us control the strait. No, it won't. No, it won't, right? So having a foothold on land close to the strait isn't going to change the situation in the strait at all, right? Any sort of invasion in this area or any sort of boots on the ground operation in this area is meant to change these. I did draw this. It's not perfect, okay? Any sort of boots on the ground mission isn't to secure the strait. It's to change the equation, change the balance of the equation, right? So the reason Karg is picked is because it's important to Iran's oil exports. Okay, here's Bushehr, here's Karg, where they get a whole lot of shit prepared to ship it on out. Now, as I say, they have this oil pipeline which bypasses the strait, and they have the oil pipeline up to Russia. But okay, thank you, Polygraph. They still take most of their shit out like everyone else through here. So it's like, oh, we're going to fuck up your oil. Here's the problem with that, ladies and gentlemen. If any of you are in fact gentlemen, press X to doubt. Okay. The problem with that is a few things. First, what we know. Operation is not going to be easy. Okay. I hate to break this to you. I'm sure you already know, but let me just reiterate it. Karg Island is heavily defended because as this thinking, oh, we'll take Karg Island because that's important to them. Yeah, if it's important to them, do you think they just leave it there undefended? No, it's a heavily defended island. So it will be hard to seize, but I have no doubt in the strongest military on the earth to do it. Okay, but even if it's done successfully, holding it is going to be the biggest challenge. Iranian forces will mount repeated attacks. The island will be contested. It will be they're not trying to go anywhere. This is the whole point, Javi, is that the point of taking Karg is to be like, we took Karg, now come to the negotiating table because we have the upper hand now. Ha ha, we have the upper hand, we took Karg. It's like the idea it's not a forward push, right? It's not an invasion into Iran. You would have to be, that is something, I think if Trump was like, I'm going to invade mainland Iran, I think every member of the military would resign. Like, it's stupid on level. It's like, it's not a possible thing, right? It's not a possible thing. We would have foot on the obvious trap. We won. So Iran would go up into the little islands that I didn't draw on my map, pew, 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 down onto Karg, and the people on Karg would be like, pew, 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 pew. And I'm using Trump's words, pew, 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 by the way. They're not my own. And it would become extremely costly. People will die is like, it feels like an understatement, James. It's like, this would be such a costly output. It would not be an asset. At the moment, Karg is being thought of as like, this is the decisive asset that's going to change everything in the war. It's like, nah, bro, this is Gallipoli 2.0. This is stupid. And then here's the thing. Let's say even they lose Karg Island. I don't use Iwo Jima because I'm an Australian. I use Gallipoli because I'm an Australian. I think Iguana, you're giving them too much credit, because I think a lot of the talking about it is because they don't want to follow through, right? This administration, particularly Trump, seems to be very keen to say a threat out loud. He's like, hey, I'm going to come for Karg. I bet you thought I wouldn't, but I will. I'm going to do it. Thinking that it will make the other side blink. Because they don't actually do it. He thinks maybe the threat will be enough. So that's why I think that it's talked about. Because it's like Abu Musa, the Tums, like, okay, what other, like Keshem, like what island would even be, there's literally no point to invading any other island. There's no point. Karg at least has a strategic value to Iran. None of like, I mean, the value of the smaller islands is more valuable in terms of the contestation between the UAE, right? Because there's like a bunch of oil fields that are split between Iran and the UAE under there. So it's like the more that you own, it's sort of like the Senkaku Island situation in the South China Sea. It's like you're trying to grab that, right? Bandar Abbas, okay. Yeah, it definitely will be a waste of, and this is the thing, right? You take Karg, I'm promising you, Iran's not being like, oh, you got us. We'll end the war. We'll end the war. That's a strategic site for us and quite important. So we're going to give up. They're moving the 82nd now, not in secret. They're moving them in broad daylight. We know the 82nd's on the move. I don't quite understand. But the thing is, it doesn't matter where you put, there's no ability to take the strait, if that makes sense. So, but here's the thing. I think if they lose Karg, it's only going to harden their resolve. I think they're only going to double down. I think they're only going to get shittier. Because Tehran is proving that they will absorb significant blows without capitulating. At no stage yet. It's not like the blows that have occurred so far have been like simple little nothings. They've been taking big hits. Okay? So I'm wondering if someone is pushing for Karg just to get Trump's toes wet, and like when it goes wrong. I think if someone's pushing for Karg, it's because they're out of options. And Trump's like, tell me what I have to do. Tell me what I can do. Give me an opportunity. What can I do to change the things here? And it's like, they're like, I guess, he's like, I want boots on the ground, and no one's going to say fucking, okay, we're going to land in Tehran. They're like, I guess, a strategic asset in the region that we could go for would be Karg Island. And so that's, if someone's encouraging him to do it, it's like, this is what I'm saying, Sonu. It's like, I don't think people realize, like, Iran will cut off its nose to spite its face, right? I don't think I'm using that right here. What I mean is, like, if you are, in the first movie of Saw, he has to cut off his leg. So I think Iran is willing to do that kind of without even questioning it. The thing is as well is like control of the Karg, as I have said at many, exactly, Wallach, it doesn't mean anything to them right now. And this is the thing is like everyone's like, oh, Iran's still exporting oil. Like Iran, yeah, okay. But here's the thing. What is Iran's number one kind of goal, or let's say operational objective in this conflict? Their strategic objective is to just survive. Their operational objective is to cause as much pain as possible. So you want to fuck up Iran's oil exports? Cool. Then you're just helping them achieve what they're already trying to achieve, which is to put as much pressure on the global energy supply as possible. Now Iran's oil's out of the picture? Okay. They're losing money? Okay. At this stage, they don't care, right? And taking the Karg does nothing to neutralize Iran's lever, which is the ability to disrupt Hormuz. And so long as they can disrupt maritime flow and global energy flows, they're fine. They're not going to do anything different. The likely Iranian response to America taking Karg will be that Tehran will escalate horizontally, right? They'll target energy infrastructure throughout the Gulf. Oil prices will go up. Conflict will expand regionally. And finally, I think that here's something that I'm not sure they would do. Let me just hang on. Let me go through other things before I posit that they might do this. First of all, I would just like to once again acknowledge 80,000 people live on Karg Island. 80,000 civilian Iranians live there. And that's something that should always be also forefront of mind. What are you going to do about them? Oh, sorry, not 80, 8. Jesus, 8. But how are you going to do this boots on the ground military landing takeover? How are you going to do with these 8,000 people? Here's the thing as well. Yeah. Karg is central. It's not Iran's only option. Right? As I showed you on my map, there are other export routes from Iran. They have other export routes. They're less efficient. They're more vulnerable. These are all true. But they would not, taking Karg wouldn't cause complete economic paralysis for Iran. Okay? So the idea that you've got a silver bullet for this conflict is causing huge problems for negotiations, right? You're not understanding Iran's system. You're not understanding its resilience. You're not understanding the way that it thinks strategically. You are not understanding its tolerance for pain, for the pain of a prolonged confrontation. Now, here's the thing that I'm worried about, which is Trump keeps saying, open Hormuz, open the strait. And the Iranian foreign minister keeps saying that the strait's not closed. Ships are still going out. And he's right. Like Pakistan ships, Chinese ships, Iranian ships, like ships are going out. Now, they're not anywhere near what we're talking about, right? In terms of what a normal flow is. But ships are still going in and out. Yeah, Indian ships, right? I do not think it's beyond Iran to sink a tanker in the strait and close the strait. Create something that will take months. Like, remember when that ship got slightly stuck in Suez? I'm just turning to the side a little bit. I think Iran is willing to sink tankers to permanently close the strait for a period of time. Now, what I think would stop that would be China, because when it comes to China is still getting stuff from the strait. Now, I don't think China would like that to happen. That being said, if anyone is doing pretty well in terms of energy, it's the country China, who has been focused on energy security for like a decade. So is this what they want? No. They don't want the strait closed, but they have plenty of pipelines going up through Central Asia to Russia. As I said, they can be fungible and get some oil from Brazil. They have completely changed their energy sector to be diverse across different systems, including a large focus on renewables. And they have huge stockpiles. So it's not like Australia fucked. Australia mega fucked. Thailand fucked. Philippines uber fucked. Right? There are some countries that are fucked if the strait actually closes, and that are fucked now. burn more coal. But the problem is it's not the issue of burning coal. We do a lot of stuff in Australia, but we don't refine anything. We send everything out, and all of our stockpiles are not held on the continent. We gave them to America to watch over. And I don't think we're getting them. I don't think we're getting them. Gas, yes, but not oil. I don't know what coal is. I'm not really the person who should be talking about this. Also, as I said, for me, the concern with energy is that the trickle down to the food security, right? Like, I don't know if you guys heard, but in the Philippines, they're fucked. Like, there are farmers who are like, oh, we're just going to leave our cabbage to die, to rot in the fields, because even though it's beautiful and gorgeous and perfect cabbage, we cannot afford to transport it to the market and to pay the people to pick it, because based on the increase in fuel costs, buy 3 scoops. We can't afford to harvest it, so it's going to die. So, like, people think, like, I think the immediate thought that people have is urea, right? Like fertilizer, and how much fertilizer comes from that area. And they're like, oh, the fertilizer issue is going to be the thing that affects food security. Sure, that is true for the agricultural sectors of places like America and Australia. But the increase of cost for fuel has a trickle-down effect to the food industry in terms of harvesting, in terms of getting it from A to B to B to B. You know, people can't afford it. It's fucked. We're fucked. Hopefully they don't sink a tanker. Hopefully. Inshallah. I don't think they want to piss off China. Yeah, I saw this, someone mentioned earlier, and I wanted to mention it. Let me find it. Reuters citing US official. There are doubts of Washington's ability. Yeah, because Washington said we have effectively, accurately assessed Iran's missile capability due to, they've said that we've already depleted a third of Iran's missile capability. Firstly, bullshit. You said that in the Reuters article, they say, due to them being underground, I don't know if we'll ever have an accurate number, but there was something else about that. Hang on, let me find my notes. Yeah. After weeks and weeks of strikes, right, you are seeing Iran continue to launch from the same sites that America has been heavily, heavily targeting, and use more advanced missiles. So if Iran is still capable of launching from the same sites and they're still coming up with more missiles, right? I think maybe you should think that your assessment might be an overstatement. I know. I thought we obliterated it all, guys. Well, your agriculture's fucked too. Ahmed, there's absolutely no way. And even if that were the case, like, Russia just started importing shit, which is not good. But it's just not true. It's like, it's a made up number. You've got US generals saying it. You've got missiles experts saying it. There's a guy who's really smart. Let me find him and tell you. I won't go over it because there's no point in me going over like a missile shit, because like I don't know about defense materials. So it's kind of like, I can go over it with you, but it's the blind leading the blind. But there's a guy. Let me find his name. Hang on. Gregory Brew. He also, wait, is it him? Gregory Brew did report, there's a new thing out now. The president is apparently getting a little bored, if you're wondering. Not that he regrets it. He's just bored now and wants to move on. Let me find this. Speaking of Ukraine, the one good thing that of 4 years of conflict that that Ukraine has been suffering through is that they have been able to make the technical advancement with the Shahed drones, and now they're making that deal with Saudi, and they're able to see. It's kind of the inverse of what Iran does with Palestine, right? Using the Palestinian laboratory, where it's like you're creating defense tech in the field while a conflict is going on. Now, I don't approve of that because it's offensive military tech, right? But in this case, this is defensive military tech, right? They're learning how to stop these one-way drones, and it's very good that they're able to sell. Imagine being the president and being like, I'm bored of it, which makes you wonder how much day-to-day work he does, because like Obama literally went grey in this job. He went grey at like 40. And Trump's like, I am ready for a Macca's run. Feeling a bit bored. Anyone want a sweet treat? Let's get a McFlurry. Sorry, I'm just going to find this guy's name and you're not going to stop me. And I'm not going to stop until I find it. Yeah, Yazd is a place where missiles are, and it's consistently been targeted, and it's still shooting off missiles like, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I think it's Gregory Brew. Let me just find the actual article. I'm breathing outside. Ba-ba-ba. I might do more on the little islands tomorrow as well. Maybe it's not him then. Someone fucking did rockets. Let me find it. Oh God, you guys. Oh my God, you guys. Guys. Oh, it's Fab Hints. Fabian Hinz. And his Twitter is fab_Hinz, HINZ. He be doing assessments of the rockets. If you're a rocket person. Talk about what US officials refuse to provide a cogent rationale for this. Are the soldiers okay with this? We won't know. I mean, there are two things. One, I think soldiers are very much necessarily kind of brainwashed into a kind of like way of being where you just have to believe that what you're doing is good and reasonable and has a reason. And you're going to convince yourself and convince others of that. And second, even if they weren't okay with it, like, what are they going to do? Hoorah! I'm still pissed. I'm still, like, I'm not going to talk about it again. But, like, I just want you guys to know that I could be in the special forces. Clog the toilet and light the laundry room on fire. That's a great, yeah. Definitely doesn't draw any similarities to what is happening now and today. Wait, let me get up this thing. Let me just get this thing up. Oh my God, I'm doing a very annoying voice. And I'll cut it out right now. Do you know when I was little? And I mean little. When I was 2 or 3, do you know my mum used to say, stop talking like a baby. Stop talking like a baby. And so I don't. Yeah, and just quickly, don't forget that the one more escalation will force a final outcome in this war is the logic that drove the Vietnam War. Probably not a logic we want to get back into. Am I okay with boots on the ground? Fuck no. Mainly, I'm not okay with it because there's no purpose to it. And it'll cause a whole lot of death for no gain. I don't want to, we definitely don't want to overlearn the lessons of the Vietnam War. Let me just find this. Sorry. But I don't think I did like it. Oh, I got this one though. I want to watch that. No, don't watch without me. You guys, I don't like it when you watch things without me. Okay. If I were a soldier, this is me getting into the mind of a soldier. Just like, I've been the Prime Minister of Israel, I've been the Ayatollah, I've been Saddam Hussein. I'm a lot of people at all times. If I were a soldier, you say you really want to know what's going through the heads of these soldiers. If I were a soldier, I simply wouldn't have any thoughts. I just would stop thinking because I would just stop thinking and I would just do what I was told and I would never think. I think that's the only way I could survive as a soldier. And so I assume that's what many of them do. Because I'm not even talking like just in terms, like, firstly, you have to rationalize why you're doing things. And I can't think of a very rational war in recent history. But then when you do the things you have to do are so bad that if I were me in my current form and I became a soldier, I would never sleep ever again. That would be my mental health. I would never be okay ever again. Ever. And that's why I feel very strongly about the treatment of veterans, because I just think you ask so much of them, not just on a like physical level, not just in oh, you're committing your life and you're working to protect the country. It's like, okay, what does that mean? What are you asking these people to do? What are you asking them to do? No, they haven't, but this is why I like the first half of Full Metal Jacket, Hungry Ahmad. They've seen Training Camp. They've seen the stuff that brainwashes you into what it means to be a soldier. Oh, you mean like their kind of war is like drone warfare, so it's not the same. It's the same if it's boots on the ground. Sorry, sorry guys, I forgot to explain. In my mind, Joanna the Soldier is obviously SAS. Like, I'm obviously Special Forces. I'm obviously a Marine. I'm obviously a Navy SEAL. Like, I'm not flying a drone. If I'm a soldier, I'm Special Ops. That should have been clear. I'm sorry I didn't clarify. So yeah, there are soldiers that just fly drones, of course, and their experience is also going to be very complicated because how do you deal with the fact that what you did in a video game isn't in a video game? That's complicated. But please understand that me as a soldier, I'm obviously Special Ops. Me as a soldier, I'm boots on the ground when there are no boots on the ground. I'm doing things that you could never even imagine doing. And I'm proud of what I do. I'm proud of it. Because I don't think. And that's an important part of my job. But I'll think when I leave the army, and then I'll be very depressed and my government will abandon me. You know? Did you hear? I heard Ukrainians talking about sending their shit over to Saudi, and they're like, yeah, the thing is, you need young people to run them, like preferably people who play video games. They're like, it's not just a young technology, it's going to need a young driver because old people just don't know how to do this shit. Special Forces Joe is at the bar being like, I once cut off my arm and swallowed it and regrew it because that is what the mission demanded. That's crazy, NXA. So where do I stand? Take a position. What are you talking about? My position is What the fuck is happening here? What does that mean? Where do I stand? Take a position. My position is don't put boots on the ground, you fucking idiot. Sorry, is it not clear? I understand that I'm a lot more descriptive and a lot more analytical than many other streamers. We've been over that before. I'm not really into the sensationalized virtue signaling of other streamers. But is it not clear from my analysis what position I take? Just because there's a version of me that's special ops. Just because I've been the Ayatollah, don't forget that I've also been the Prime Minister of Israel. And your president. Thank you very much. I'm every woman. And every man. Where is it? Me and what was me on God. If I only could, I'd make a deal with God. As a president, of course I give my attention to this matter. Unlike the 47th president, I deeply care. It's just I saw some really upsetting footage. I was thinking again about this and like how, because I'm trying to, I'm having a year of growth, guys, personal growth. Okay. And I'm even my boyfriend, Mark Andreessen, yeah. Listen, I'm having a year of personal growth, and it's hard for me because part of me enjoys being fucked up, but that's okay. One thing that is clarifying for me, I really struggle in therapy. I don't like it. One thing I'm good at that I think I can understand is like being guided by values and having clear values. And so whenever I have a moment where I'm like, oh, my values are clear here, I like to just highlight it. And I saw a really disturbing piece of footage the other day where members of the Red Crescent were digging a woman out of the rubble who was clutching onto her child, and both the mother and child were deceased from the attack, and the members of the Red Crescent were wailing. They were screaming. They were beside themselves. I was so affected by this footage, and I just thought, as affected as I am by this footage, I would never show this on stream. I would never, I'm not going to show you footage of shit blowing up. I'm not going to show you footage of people dying. I'm not going to show you things to evoke an emotional response out of you and then virtue signal by saying, isn't this horrible? Like, that's not the kind of person I am. It's definitely not the kind of streamer I want to be. Well, that might be TOS, but I'm telling you, there's a fuck ton of streamers who do that kind of streaming, who just react to extremely emotionally triggering footage all day and tell you how good they are for being against it. There's a lot of streamers who do that. I'm not willing to do it. And when people come in and they're like, well, take a side, like, what's your position? It's like, okay, I don't want to sit on stream for 4 hours and be like, God, war's so fucking bad. America's so fucking stupid. Iran has the right to defend itself and its facilities. You know, like, this is so bad. Israel's provoking war and instability in this region, and Gulf countries are self-centered and they're fucking horrible. They have slave trades. They fucking suck, man. God, I'm the most incredible, virtuous person that's ever sat on a stream. Like, I don't care to do it. So here's the thing. If you need clarification on my position, I can only assume you tend to only half listen to streams and you just want people to be extreme. Like, I assume I'm a second screen for you. That's fine. But like, if you actually listen to my analysis, it'll be very clear to you what my position is. And I try to be very clear about when I am being the Prime Minister of Israel or when I am being the Ayatollah. I'm vague on every point. I talk about the issues. So because I talk about the specifics and I give you actual information, which can, the role plays are confusing. Okay, well then you need to I can't help you with that. This isn't the stream for you then. This isn't the stream for you. Here's the thing. I like to create content that sits under the news that you watch to give you additional context. Everyone's talking about the Strait of Hormuz. No one's talking about the islands there, how wide it is, what can be done to open it, people don't even know what the fucking strait is, okay? So I am trying to create content that goes alongside the other news that you are consuming to provide for you a more comprehensive understanding of the conflict and why some things that are being said by administrations are so stupid and what you should be able to expect to see next. But if you would like me to just be a second to Sun, then I might as well stop streaming because I don't really want to do that kind of content. I'm left wing. I'm a fucking woman, which I guess doesn't mean a lot to lots of people, but to me it means something. I'm a left wing Australian who worked for the Palestinian delegation, lived in the Middle East, and spoke Arabic because I cared so much about how I felt that things were being unfairly depicted when it came to conflicts in the Middle East. And because I care about there being actual resolution to conflict, which you can only get to with appropriate diagnosis and understanding, that's what I focus on. If you need me to sit here and tell you about my feelings, why would anyone give a fuck about my feelings? Why do you give a fuck about my feelings? What do my feelings have to do with any of this? I am a nobody. Why would we sit here and talk about my feelings? Who gives a fuck? I don't even give a fuck about my own feelings on this issue. What I do give a fuck about is making sure that you understand that putting boots on the ground on Karg Island would be a suicide mission because Trump still can't understand that there is no silver bullet solution to changing the calculations when it comes to this war. Right? So I'm trying to give you information that you can use to talk to other people. But if you'd like me to just say, war's bad, war's hell, war sucks, the administration is stupid, Trump's an idiot, Israel's evil, Iran is so amazing, Iran's not amazing. So I'm sorry the issue is complex, and I'm sorry that I respect the complexity enough to understand that complex situations do not have simple solutions. Exactly. Exactly, Faith. It's like, okay, you want shitty media then. Let's just admit it. Let's just admit what you want. You want entertainment. That's what you want. You want an emotional fucking fleshlight. You want to get off on virtue signaling and emotional triggering. That's what you want. You want to sit around all day and feel great about yourself because you feel sad when you watch images of dead people. Congratulations. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to have you act like I'm a bad person because I don't spend 4 hours talking about how amazing I am. Anyway, I need to put something on for you because I need to pee. You guys just... I'm going to leave the cow noises on for you because you don't even deserve music right now. They don't like analysis. Actually, I have thoughts on this, but I'll come back. Okay, you see this environment? This is how I see my chat. You see these cows? This is how I picture you. You see these? This is what it looks like to me on the other side of the keyboard. And that's why when one of you arcs up, you know, I have to set my dogs on you. Okay? Gotta put you back in a line for the safety of the herd. It's not just about you. It's about all of us. Okay. I love cows so much. Okay, just quickly. No, I think you are cute cows. Exactly, that's how I like to picture you. I think positively of my chat, guys. I don't hate you guys. I like you. Cows are my favorite animal. It's a good thing. But I'm just saying, behave like I see you. As a beautiful flock of calm, loving cows. Knowing that cows are cheeky. Knowing they'll play jokes on one another. I know you'll sometimes play a little joke on me. That's the nature of a cow. Cows do that sort of thing. They play jokes on one another. They have best friends. They have cliques. Social hierarchies. Okay. I used to live on a farm when I was little. I actually think, just quickly, before we go back to, analyzing the situation, thank you, Ahmad. I think that the desire for that kind of content is an extension of, here we go, I'm going to lose you. It's an extension of porn addiction, right? It's just a different version of it where it's like, I want immediate gratification. I need my immediate dopamine hit. Even I need vasopressin. I need the stress of like having to watch this extremely conflicting stuff. But it's like, I want my immediate gratification. I don't want to have to do any thinking. I just want to feel good immediately. And the way that I feel good is by having the right opinion. I don't want to have to think about anything or learn anything. I just want to have the right opinion now. And I want to know I'm on the right side now. And I need to know that the people that I'm watching are also on the right side now. Everything needs to be really clear for me. I don't want to put in the hard work. It's all porn. It's porn all the way down. Anyway. So many things come back to porn addiction. Yeah, they're news gooning. Oh my God, high estrogen male. I'm taking it. It's becoming language of the stream. We don't do news gooning here. No news gooning. I'm going to put YouTube chat on stream soon. Okay? I got one guide, calm heart. It happens. I'm known for it. Do I get a little one guide? Maybe I do. Okay? Maybe it happens from time to time. As is my right. Okay? Getting one guy, I'm one girl. I'm one girl. You gotta think, oh, people are always like, streamer's getting one guide. Streamer's getting one guide. Okay, let's imagine we were all in the room together, all of us physically in a room together. And one guy starts arguing with me. You wouldn't say, oh, she's getting one guide. You'd say she's having an argument with this one person. Anyway. I noticed I would get a little mad at you sometimes for not being enough on the side I wanted you to be. And I had to remind myself you're a real person and not like someone I can pay to do whatever I want. I mean, the thing is, the reason I'm often not more on one side, and maybe I am more on one side, okay? I just don't think it's appropriate to publicly do that. The reason I would not say I'm even close to fence sitting. So I'm not even going to describe it as that. The reason I'm not like, fuck yeah, about everything, right? And like kind of black and white about things. The reason I'm not black and white about things is because things aren't black and white, right? And I don't want, if you believe that like one side is just right and the other side is just wrong, or that if you don't take the time to try and understand why someone you don't like is acting a certain way, and you don't take the time to understand the humanity of another side, meaning like if I were a human being, like, and I lived in that country and I thought that what my country was doing is correct, what would my argument be if I was with someone? And how would that feel in my body? I kind of like take that and I think, okay, I want to respect that and know that I want to create an argument where that person who feels in their body that they are right can hear me arguing the opposite of their position and not feel that I'm attacking them. Like, hey, I understand why you think this. I don't think that you're crazy for thinking that. But here are the cold hard facts about the situation. Okay? You're not crazy. These are the facts. Would you consider moving in the direction of the facts? Yeah, and you can disagree with me. And I think the only person in this chat that I regularly get one guide by and call stupid and then feel bad about later is Avocadorable. I don't think I yell at many people. I don't think that I'm a person that doesn't try to address and explain my position on things either. And I think part of the reason I get so one guide when people attack like my position on things is I feel, and I guess this is the criticism, I go out of my way to be so accommodating that it's like when I'm then kind of criticized for my position on things, I'm like, I have worked so hard to present this in a certain way that won't make anyone feel alienated, that then the people who feel alienated are people who want people to always have strong positions. And part of the reason for a lot of this, you have to remember, is I come from a background of teaching, where the last thing I want to do is make my students feel like they're evil or they're idiots or, any of that. Okay. What do I want to watch? Oh, do you want to? Okay, a few things. I kind of wanted to watch a video. Here's the truth about Avocadorable. If Avocadorable were my student, we would get into a lot of arguments in class. I would get frustrated. We would argue. Everyone would be like, damn, the teacher really has it out for Avocadorable. Avocadorable would probably end up with the top or second top mark of the class and would be a personal favorite. I would never I got sent out of class once, but I was tired. I was acting up. Big Man Machine. I love Big Man Machine. Big Man Machine might be my favorite. Because I love someone who's like, just actively like, wait, fuck. I don't get it. I don't get it. How could I not get it? I don't understand. It's like, okay, I'm going to help you. We're here together. We're here together. Just don't give up on me. Just stay with me for a minute. I'll try not to be with my stick. I think I'd get fired. Yeah, mate. So take it. Okay, James. What do you think I'm doing? What do you think I'm doing? I am taking it. I just disagree with you. I think you're a fucking asshole for your point of view because I think I go out of my way to be clear about my point of view. I'm sorry I'm not stupid enough to give you the kind of slop content that you enjoy. But me taking it doesn't mean I don't have to say anything and don't have to point out that you are fucking trying to virtue signal and act like a good person in my chat when who the fuck are you? Guys, you don't need to. Just know if I'm upset, if I'm getting one guide and it's not Avocadorable or Big Man Machine, they're on YouTube. If I look like I'm arguing with a wall or a ghost, they're on YouTube. They're over there on YouTube and they're, you know. And you know what it is that's interesting to me is they're very rarely like, do I do call-ins as part of my show? I don't know if you heard before when I was like, why would anyone give a fuck about my opinion on the conflict? But here's the thing. I barely give a fuck about my point of view on a lot of these issues, which is why I focus on facts. I sure as shit don't give a fuck about what you have to say about things. You think I want to talk to you? No. I don't even care what I have to say. Why would I give a fuck about what you have to say? That doesn't count for blue names, sorry. That doesn't count for blue names. The thing is, if I were to let someone call in as well, you would have to be someone who'd been here for a long time. Okay, so one thing I wanted to find was the little propaganda videos, but I don't know if I want to, the Lego videos, do I want to watch them on stream? Maybe not. Hybrid, I trust you entirely. I would trust you with my life, probably. You think we should watch the Lego videos? I mean, can I be honest with you? I was in a situation. Look, I've spent many years of my life with someone who likes to argue a lot. And it kind of got me into a position where I lost my confidence arguing, 1, 2, and I find arguing so emotionally triggering that the idea of doing it with an audience, because when I started streaming, mind you, I started as a debate streamer. I started on debate panels. I started debating. Okay. I used to debate all of the time. I am no longer in a position where it is emotionally safe for me to debate anything ever. Why are the Iranian propaganda videos more like the Trump admin propaganda? I think it's like back and forth. Like it's once again, it's like that proportionality, that tit for tat situation. Atomic Energy Org of Iran says US Israel have attacked its yellow cake uranium processing facility in Ardakan, central Israel. Tits for tats. That's my philosophy. Sorry, guys. I'm just a girl. Okay, you know what? No, we're not going to watch that. But maybe we'll just, okay, how do you guys feel about maybe watching an old video on the, oh, I want to watch this, even though it might be wrong.
Hi,
Take me,
I'm
don't
Matthew
you,
Lovett.
stop, don't listen to him. Don't
Hi,
listen
I'm
without me.
Matthew Lovett.
I'm not a nerd, NXA. I'm not a nerd. The thing about call-ins, and I can just tell you this, if you learn a dialogue tree, then it's just like easy content. If you learn how to, like, you actually, here's the thing, a lot of debates, you don't need to, know any content. You don't need to know any facts. You just need to know how to argue. And if you know how to do that, you can make an argument last for all of time. Even if you're completely wrong, if you know how to argue, then you don't need to actually know anything about the subject. I think debate can, like, there are people that I would trust to debate, but it wouldn't even feel like a debate. It would be more like a discussion with different viewpoints, right? So it would feel more like a symposium. And I think interviews have a lot of value. Now, I think it'd be really fun. I think you would enjoy me. Like, if I could get a debate with someone like Andrew Wilson, I think you would enjoy it. I think there'd be catharsis, right? But does it add to the moral flourishing of the world? Certainly not. Yeah, I have no problem with analysis. Like, if you have something to add, or if you have a question, or you want to go back, like, I'm very open to having my mind change about things. I'm very interested in receiving more information. But if you want to call in to spend 2 hours telling me why I'm wrong, I don't want to do that, because I don't see, that's not good for me. It's not, like, useful. Here's the thing, like, I have now learnt that you can know everything about something. You can literally have a PhD in something, okay? And someone can still out debate you if they love debate. So it's like, I don't know, like, part of what I want to provide on, does it not give your viewpoint more strength? I mean, sure, but the thing is, it's not a viewpoint that I'm arguing. I'm not arguing a viewpoint. I'm doing analysis. So the point of someone coming in is to poke holes in my argument, but I'm not putting forward an argument. I'm doing analysis. So if you're just looking for weak points in the analysis, okay, but I only want you to do that if you have a different analysis that's more meaningful. And the problem is, most people I've noticed who like to argue and like to debate actually don't have a positive case. Because they don't have any knowledge of the subject. They just want to show you that you're wrong. And so, yes, you can come on and you can tell me all of the ways that I'm wrong. But I don't see the point in that unless you're actually someone who has some sort of knowledge that's going to add to our understanding as a whole. Your dissertation, you have to defend it. But the thing about PhDs, the debating is very different in academic settings because it's not debating to prove you wrong, right? A lot of what happens in an academic setting is, I noticed your methodology for this paper is you're using polling, but I have a question about the validity of polling across this kind of, you're using polls across different countries, which all have quite different metrics. So have you considered maybe supplementing your use of polls with maybe a media analysis, or let's say you're doing philosophy. It might be like, can you explain the reason that you are choosing to take a Wittgensteinian approach of language, which has no, instead of a post-structuralist consideration of language, which believes that there are these deep structures which are influencing things, right? So it's kind of like questioning you to make sure that you understand that everything you're doing is conscious, and that if there are weaknesses, that you are conscious of them so you can fix them. It's not like, ha, I found a hole, therefore your entire argument, it's wrong. It's like, that's great. I understand what you said, and these are the strengths, but there's a key thing that's missing here that kind of needs to be addressed. Why do they call it a defense? Because your graders, the people who are assessing your PhD, are usually experts in the field. And so you need to be able to defend your ideas to people who know the absolute most about your field. And they're going to be like, hey, this is a problem here. How are you addressing, like, okay, so your study of the Pacific Island and women in the, like, let's say, and this is just something that I would have heard in my thing, right? You're studying the Pacific Islands. How have you considered, like, reflexivity, for instance? Like, how have you considered that your position as a external white researcher who's unfamiliar with the culture may impact your natural observations and your analysis? Like, how have you addressed that? Or, like, I don't know. It's just it is kind of a defense because you're defending your ideas, not because someone's coming to say they're wrong, but they're looking for weaknesses in the ideas and then saying, how have you mitigated this? I think you want to believe you are different when you aren't really. You get angry when someone has a different stance to you. You have more smoke for bigger leftists than the whole right wing. I don't have any. You know what I was literally thinking when I was peeing? When I was peeing, I was thinking I should clarify that I'm using Hassan as a placeholder for a lot of other people. I don't actually watch that much Hassan content, and I think a lot of his analysis is good. So I should clarify that. So I don't know where this smoke is that I have for bigger leftist creators. And yeah, I get angry. I get angry at people when people come at me personally, and partly because it can be entertaining. And people enjoy watching it. Okay, I'm allowed to have a reaction. I engage with every single person in my chat. And I engage with almost every message. So I think you're crazy when you're like, oh, you just want to think. Let me tell you this. If you'd been here long enough, you would know that me thinking I'm different, I absolutely do not. What I'm saying to you is, here's the kind of content I don't want to do. Emotional slop news gooning, debate content. There are a lot of streamers in the political space who fucking do that. I'm sorry that I don't do that. That's not about me signaling that I'm different. That's about me telling you the kind of content I want to do. You want to know how different I am? I'm not. You know who I love watching? Enemy Charlie, Sad Girl, Pixel Smixel, Redolent Thought. There are lots of streamers that I watch that I'm just like. I'm just like them. I'm not special at all. And I love being like them because I think they're amazing. I love being like them. I hope that every day you think that I'm just like them, because I would be so lucky to be just like them. I have absolutely no interest in not being like other streamers. I couldn't give less of a fuck. I do not think I'm special. I literally sat here telling you I don't even give a fuck what I think about topics. God, what happens at a certain time of the night? Yeah, we're on YouTube, not at a Harvard debate. That's to the chat. I'm just trying. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I did put on a voice before I even read your whole message. I'm just trying to see where you stand. It's grey how you interact with the chat. What do you want to know? Why don't you ask me a direct question, James? Let's just ask me a direct question about a topic and where I stand. And I'll try and tell you my exact opinion on it. It may not satisfy you, but I'll tell you where I stand. Ask me a direct question about a specific thing. Don't just ask me, do you fuck with the war? Where do you stand? Did I say American imperialism is wrong? It's a porn take? No, I said watching clips of dead people and watching streamers say that they're upset by it is a porn mentality. I didn't say that Hassan's opinions are porn. You made that up in your own head because I don't think that. I said that streamers who put up images of people suffering or acts of war and then condemn it as a form of virtue signaling comes from a porn mentality. I did not say at any stage that Hassan saying American imperialism is bad is a take from a fucking porn perspective. The only time I've directly criticized Hassan was about the everyone should have nukes take. And guess what? I was very specific about why I disagreed with it. So what I got from what you were previously saying is that you don't want to engage with someone who wants to debate for the sake of debating, not to prove a different idea or have an informative conversation. Is that correct? Yeah, Stakes. It's like if someone is here to get dunks on me, right? Listen, I love women's basketball. I love the WNBA. I love the WNBL. And a huge thing that I notice is different between women's and men's basketballs is that when women play, there's a lot of like passing the ball. There's a lot of group work to get it, right? When I watch men play, there's usually one super freak on the team and the whole game is about getting dunks. Everyone just want to dunk, right? When girls play, I feel like there's more strategy. I feel like they're working more as a team. I want to play women's basketball. I am more about a layup than I am about a dunk. This is a layup stream. We do layups here. We do fundamentals. It's not about the flash of a dunk. If you want to watch a dunk, you can go watch a dunk, okay? But that's not what we do here. We do layups. I understand. See, this is the thing. I'm even willing to say, Ahmed, that I completely understand the point that Hassan was trying to make when he said America deserved 9/11. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the nukes take for just practical reasons. For the pure practicality of it. Wait, guys, am I going to play a song and demonetize the stream just so I can play the song? Oh, we can watch the Yes Prime Minister clip. I'm freezing. You remember the other day when I was like, guys, I'm really hot. I'm now very cold. I want to watch this quickly. It makes me feel good. It's how I whenever I have to go into a male dominated field, It makes me feel good. I don't know if this guy's any good, but I want to just watch this little thing. And I don't watch stuff on my own time because that's my time. I'm so cold.
Hi, I'm Matthew Levitt, and I'm a former FBI counterterrorism analyst,
Wait,
former Deputy
you guys
Assistant
can't hear.
Secretary for Intelligence and Analysis at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. And here are 3 things I'm watching in the context of the Iran war. First, ballistic missiles. The main
Sorry, guys,
reason-
one thing. So we should close our eyes to the suffering of people being oppressed. Do you think that if you don't see a video of it on repeat, that you're closing your eyes? Do you think that, have you read anything on images? Like, have you read any Susan Sontag on literally this exact point? Do you think that you need to view images of people suffering to be aware of their suffering and aware of their oppression? Do you think that that is required? Do you think that if you're not daily, every single day, shown an image of people suffering, that you're not aware of it? Maybe that's a personal failing, and maybe you should consider that, because I have no problem being completely cognizant of people suffering and of their oppression without needing to watch videos of it. Maybe that's a personal failing that you should reflect on, because that's not an issue I have, first of all. When charities play videos of people suffering, yes, it is exactly to evoke an emotional response and a feeling of guilt so that you give money. They're not showing videos of people suffering because they're like, you know what? People might not be aware. People might not be aware that there are people who can't eat right now in Gaza. That must be the problem, that they're not aware. No, it has nothing to do with their lack of awareness and everything to do with trying to trigger an emotional response in them so that they will feel compelled to donate. It woke the world up to the suffering of Gaza? Oh, and how did that work out for the people of Gaza? It woke them up to do what? It woke them up to do what? To do what? Because also, October 7 wasn't the first time the people in Gaza were suffering. To be very clear. Documenting a genocide in real time, I'm 100% for that. Reacting to the documentation on stream to get money is what I have an issue with. Okay, I'm sorry, not Anon. I'm not technically good enough to put both sets of fucking chats on my stream, but I will work on it. Woke the West up to what Israel is really doing. Did it? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. So West Bliss said that the images of people suffering in Gaza woke the West up to what Israel is really doing. Hard disagree. Hard disagree. I'd classify that as porn though. Okay, Wist, I'm so sorry. You are actually not smart enough to deal with a complex thought. The pornification of society through highly emotive images that trigger a dopamine response, that trigger a literal physiological response in the body, and taking that in place of analysis, in place of news. Yes, that is a point. Don't bother asking them to read because they just like watching images of people suffering. So it can wake them up, apparently. I'm so glad. Okay. I'm gonna do something I don't do. And I'm gonna ignore that chatter. Okay.
I'm watching in the context of the Iran war. First, ballistic missiles. The main reason there was a war for 12 days in June and there is a war now is not the nuclear program, is not the Iranian support for terrorism. It is Iran's ballistic missiles, which present a strategic threat to Israel. Today, the big question is the race for Israel and the United States to destroy as many of the missiles, more importantly, as many of the launchers, which at this point are being hidden tunnels, taken out to launch, and then hidden again, which makes them hard to hit. And then the ballistic missile production capability. Second, I'm watching very closely the number of terrorist attacks that appear to be tied to Iran that are being thwarted, in some cases that are being carried out around the world. We've already seen Iranian and Lebanese Hezbollah cells thwarted in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, twice.
There was a report today of Kuwait. And this is what I said to you earlier about Hezbollah, is that remember that their traditional strength is not as a conventional army. That is something that is only new, right? Traditionally, Hezbollah have worked as a terrorism network organization that fights through random acts of terror all throughout the region, not just as a conventional force on a front line at the border of Israel, which obviously they're required to do. But like when I mean like the sending them in as a conventional force in Syria is a very new thing for Hezbollah. This is their traditional domain. So this is what we're going to see at the moment, okay? The ballistic missiles is really interesting too, because remember, it's for Israel, it's not about deterrence, it's about dominance. It's about taking away any ability for Iran to, they don't want Iran to have a working military, basically. I like Majority Report. I really like Emma Vigeland. I like Sam Cedar as a fellow actor turned commentator. Me every time I watch the Sam Cedar Sex and the City episode. Ah! You can ask a difficult question. I think sleeper cells, I don't know what you mean by are they real? I haven't watched any visual politic. I'll have to watch. Obviously, I think One Nation taking more power in Australia is possibly the worst thing that could ever happen. I think it's one of those unintended consequences of the Liberal Party falling into disrepair. Guys, you shouldn't ask me my opinion of other content creators to watch because I don't watch a lot of content. I don't watch content. I'm sorry. I know I should, but I don't. When I watch the content I watch is Enemy Charlie, Sad Girl, Pixel. That's it. In terms of, and Redolent Thought, with a different time zone. You were saying before about not finding this war black and white and that we should try to understand both sides. Would you say the same for Russia, Ukraine? Very interesting question. I probably would have argued something more grey prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I would have said, look, NATO is like, you know, it is crazy that there's still this pact that's basic, like its origin, its reason for existing is to fight Russia, and that Russia would like NATO stops Russia from integrating into Europe in any sort of meaningful way. I would also like to say that I have been very clear, very, very clear that I was very wrong in my assessment of what happened with Russia. And I have less black and white. There's no history of any, like a country like Ukraine attacking Russia. There's no history of rhetoric from Ukraine being like, we're going to defeat Russia, we're going to kill Russia. There's no universal like ideological position that Russia needs to die coming from Ukraine, right? So the difference for me is like when I'm doing the kind of like things aren't nuanced. I mean, I don't think that I have been extremely nuanced about this war either. The nuance for me when it comes to this war is like, look, Iran is being attacked it's an aggressive war. that they did not ask for, they did not start, they were negotiating in good faith. All of these things are true. The thing that makes it complicated and grey for me is like all of that can be true and the regime, the Islamic regime, can be bad. So the complicated thing there is being like, hey, I want to be very clear that I both maintain that Iran is being like attacked here and there's absolutely no reason that this war needed to start, that this war should continue. This is so bad for Iran. But that doesn't mean that I support the Ayatollah and the Islamic regime and the IRGC, right? And I want to be very clear that I think Israel is occupying Lebanon, destroying Lebanon, expanding into Lebanon, attacking Iran, that I think that the Netanyahu is extremely nefarious, probably an evil man. I would probably classify Netanyahu as a truly, truly evil human being. And I also want to acknowledge that you can't deny the truth that the Iranian regime has been saying destroy Israel. Like they've given them some proof to argue with, right? But that doesn't mean that necessarily Iran was trying to destroy Israel. I'm just saying that they provided the proof, and that should be acknowledged when you argue it. So I guess pro-Russia people would argue that decades-long antagonism. Yeah, I mean, Mearsheimer even argued this, right? Like it was a realist take that, well, Ukraine got put in this position because of US aggression and NATO, and I never accepted that argument. I did think like if Europe ever want to integrate with Russia, like NATO kind of feels like there should be a European defense pact. Sure, I have no problem with the European Defence Pact, but I think NATO probably should be dissolved and something else should exist in its place, because the whole point of creating NATO was to protect from Russia, and I think that stops things from moving forward in a meaningful way. And then Russia invaded Ukraine, and I was like, you know what, maybe there does actually need to be a defence org to protect from Russia. So do you stand on the fact that America is a new white imperialist state that is waging war on the world? I think there are lots of modern imperialist states. I think right now, if your definition of imperialism is like invading states to take control of their resources and shape their political systems in agreement with them, I mean, my argument against you would be, what's new about that? Like, what's different about that from what America was during the Gulf War and the invasion of Iraq, the invasion of Vietnam? I don't think there's anything new about that. And then I would argue, like, how useful is this is why you think I'm annoying, because you want me to just say yes or no. But I'm like, okay, well, if I'm going to stand on that fact, if I'm going to be 10 toes down on the fact that America is the new white imperialist state waging war on the world, I want to think, what is imperialism doing for me in that statement that's useful to understanding? Do I believe that every time America is waging war on a country throughout the world, that it's doing so for imperialist objectives? That would be something I would have to consider. I don't know if that's always the case. I think there are some ideological like I think Vietnam was done more on ideological grounds, but you could say that because the ideology was capitalism versus communism, that it is imperialist. It's just something I would have to think about in terms of its use. But I don't disagree. Do I stand on it? I don't know. Yeah, I have huge problems with what NATO did in Yugoslavia, what NATO did in Iraq, and what NATO did in Afghanistan. That's why I've also always been extremely traditionally critical of NATO and had real problems with NATO. And prior to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, I would have argued that NATO needed to go. And I still think that Europe would be better off with a different defense pact. I don't think NATO is necessarily useful, but do I think now is the right time to be arguing for the dissolution of NATO? No, I don't. I know. Oh my God, I'm a NATO apologist. I guess the core of my original, does there come a point where a conflict is black and white enough that for all intents and purposes you can treat it as such? And would there be, okay, yes. Ahmed, let me tell you it's not about enough facts becoming apparent that the situation is black and white. That's not what I'm doing. The reason I look at the gray is because I'm interested in fixing the problem. It's not because I'm like, well, both sides have merit. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not giving any merit awards to the facts on either side or the interpretation on either side. I'm trying to understand the holistic conception of a conflict so that I can understand how to get to a resolution. So if I don't understand the interpretation of facts by both sides and understand the hold that they have on the people who have them, then how am I going to understand how we're going to get to a conclusion, right? So I don't necessarily agree with the bombed it because Bill Clinton was so on the outs with his wife that the only way he could get Hillary Clinton to talk to him was to bomb Yugoslavia. I don't think that the Iranian regime the Islamic regime is good and the best thing for Iran and should stay in power, right? So me being like, oh, we have to understand that for the Islamic regime, this was an existential war that would have led to their end. So they're going to fight tooth and nail unto the death. That's not me being like, and they have a point because they should survive because they're great and they're awesome. It's me like, the gray isn't being like, guys, there's not a clear good guy or bad guy. I mean, I don't understand how I have to say this like every single time I stream. I really need, I don't know if I need to write it on the stream somewhere. I'm not doing normative analysis. I'm not working out who the good guy is and the bad guy is. I'm not assessing who is in the right and who is in the wrong. I'm doing descriptive analysis. I'm telling you these are the facts. These are the interpretations of the facts on each side. This is the description that is required to do a diagnosis, which is required to have a fix to the situation, right? So I'm not, when you say like, oh, you're not black and white, is there ever a point where you would be black and white on a thing? You're never going to get black and white analysis from me because I do descriptive analysis. If you would like my normative position, that's black and white every time. I can tell you which side I'm on every time. It's just kind of like, it's a one sentence thing that's kind of boring. Do you want to know whose side I'm on here? There is no correct side. That's why no one is winning or losing. But America and Israel started a war of aggression that never needed to occur because Iran was negotiating. Iran was good faith negotiating. There was you can't just start a war with people because you want to. That Iran is in the right and America and Israel are in the wrong. Israel-Palestine, Israel is in the wrong. Israel-Lebanon, Israel is in the wrong. Sudan, complicated. I don't know if the Sudanese Armed Forces or RSF are better off to lead the country. I don't know. That's not clear to me because I really don't know. I really don't know. Myanmar, the junta are evil and should stop killing the people. What's another conflict that we can go over that I can give you my opinion on so you just know off the top of your head? Give me another one. America and Vietnam, America were wrong. America and Afghanistan, America were wrong. America and Iraq, America were wrong. Where should we go? Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, Iraq shouldn't have invaded Kuwait. If I was Saddam Hussein, I would have, but Iraq shouldn't have, you know? So I'm not really like, I'm very black and white there, but it's not, I stream for 4+ hours. How do you want me to, unless you want me to do the porn content that I'm so in trouble for identifying as porn content, how can I extend that to cover 4 hours? I can't. So I do descriptive work, I do analysis work, which is grey. Facts are grey. There are things on both sides. Thank you, Faith. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I didn't, I know you don't want me to be black and white. You've said many times that you appreciate how I stream. But I just wanted to be clear with you that when it comes to normative assessments, I am very black and white. I obviously have a position. But I don't do normative stuff here. I do descriptive stuff. And that's not black and white, because I mean, it can be, but it would be wrong. It would be bad analysis. Thank you, Faith. No, I like the pauses. I like it. It's good to have some pauses. Oh God. Let's finish what this guy's saying we should watch, hey? So he said ballistic missiles, which America is saying that I told you we treat our veterans terribly, avocadorable. He says we need to watch for the ballistic missiles program, which according to America Today, they got rid of 1/3 of, but no one agrees with that. So that's something to watch. Terrorism by Hezbollah, which we've seen in Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE. So yes. Political content needs to stand. How many times do I have to fucking tell you guys what I stand for? James, what? I asked you already, and I'm asking you again. Just ask me directly what you want my normative opinion on, and I will give it to you. But while I'm doing analysis, talking over it and being like, this is vague, I can't tell what you stand for. That's not helpful. Just tell me what you fucking want to know. Just ask me directly instead of sitting in chat being like, oh, if you won't stand for anything, what will you die for? Just ask me a fucking question. I don't know why NATO should exist. Oh, you're talking to Tom. Maybe put your morals in the description. I shouldn't have to. I do have my morals in the fucking description. If you click on my Twitch bio, it says that I'm Australian left wing, that I'm Labour left. I tell you exactly the party that I vote for, even. You asked me if I stood for One Nation. I gave you an answer. Fuck no. I'm Labour left. I'm a card-carrying Labour member. Ballistic missiles, terrorism. I've literally worked for the Labour Party.
In Kuwait, we've seen individuals recruited by Iran arrested in the United Kingdom.
What's the third point,
and now
Matthew?
We're seeing in London and in the Netherlands and elsewhere in Europe a series of plots of individuals who appear to be recruited by the Iranians.
Coming for you.
Third, I'm watching the second front in this war, which is Israel's fight with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Of course, Israel has significantly degraded Hezbollah.
Is he hot? Is he hot? Okay, yes. Well, I'm going to go to bed soon because I'm clearly too tired not to get one guide. I don't want to upset all my other guys. I don't want to get one guide by all my other guys about getting one guide, okay? He's ugly. But he's there putting his life on the line. Isn't that kind of sexy? He's a 4? We need Clav here. Okay, just checking.
Hezbollah's capabilities already, but now they're really trying to eliminate as much of Hezbollah's firepower, as much of Hezbollah's Radwan special forces, so that perhaps after the war, the Lebanese armed forces can do their part, and Israel and Lebanon can transition to a completely different kind of relationship.
I think I kind of like that war hollowing of the cheeks. Like, he looks like he's seen things he'd never subject my innocent mind to. He'd never even tell me the stories. He wouldn't, I'm too precious. He wouldn't, but he'd go and defend me and my honor. And he'd come home with those Kate Moss war cheeks and just be like, kitten, you don't need to know. Netanyahu said in his last press conference that Nasrallah was irreplaceable. What do you think? I think that I think it depends on. Sorry, now I'm stressed that every answer I give is it depends. Now I'm stressed. It does depend though, because if you mean Nasrallah is irreplaceable for Hezbollah in terms of the connection Hezbollah has to Iran and the IRGC, right? Because Nasrallah was particularly connected to I hate everyone in my chat at the moment, not except for the people I love, and you know who you are, which is most of you. It's just all the new people who've come in and they're pissing me off. Okay, Nasrallah had a particular connection to Iran. He spent a lot of time in Iran. I think he did his liturgical education in Iran. So Nasrallah was much more connected to Iran than I don't even know who's in charge of Hezbollah now. But I think what we're seeing in Hezbollah, what we're seeing in the hesitancy to get involved in the war originally, what we're seeing in the return to the more terroristic form of warfare versus the conventional form of warfare, is that Hezbollah as a proxy to the IRGC, Nasrallah was probably irreplaceable in terms of that. You're not going to find someone who has a stronger connection to Iran as Nasrallah had. In terms of, and Nasrallah was hugely important to Hezbollah. They are not decentralized like Iran. It's not like, oh, just quickly change the head. It was a huge figurehead, and it was a massive blow to morale to take out Nasrallah. I think I've told you many times how shocked I was that they took him out. But he was incredibly capable, both politically and militarily. So he is very hard to replace, but in terms of like, oh, getting rid of Nasrallah means that Hezbollah will never reform as a intimidating force. Well, that's clearly not true, right? Because they've been able to reform. If they were so diminished and completely, why are you fighting a second front with them? Why is the second front? Why do you need this much firepower? Like, where is it? Hang on. They said the other day that a certain amount of shit has been flown in already that just demonstrates that Iran is not in a position, Israel is not in a position where they could fight without the support of America. But it's like a huge amount of firepower is going to this Lebanese front. Like, you can't just get rid of Nasrallah. The death of Nasrallah is not going to destroy Hezbollah, right? But the death of Nasrallah fundamentally changes the nature of Hezbollah. Does that make sense? So he's irreplaceable in one sense in terms of the strong connection to the IRGC as a proxy force, in a way that, remember the other day I made it very clear to you that Houthis were not a proxy and that Hamas is not a proxy. I think out of the three of them, Hezbollah was most clearly a proxy force, particularly because of the involvement of Hezbollah in Syria. Why don't I stand for the Greens over any other party? Well, that's because I feel that in our current system, the minor parties stop us from getting legislation through at the rate we need. And I have found the Greens to be extremely destructive on multiple policies, including carbon policies and housing policies. And I'm sorry that upsets you, as it upsets many Greens voters. It's just how I feel, and you're not going to change my mind. Yeah, I would be worried about that too, Faith. I was going to watch a video on the tanker war, but I'm a bit tired. I've been one guide out. I've been one guide out, guys. I'm just one girl. Let me see how long it is. Because it's like the tanker war isn't necessarily directly related to this. I just think it's interesting to see how this is not something that caught anyone by surprise. Like, obviously, we all knew. We all knew. Oh, also, I could watch a fucking War Fronts video and lose my mind. Where is this video I wanted to watch? I accidentally saved it earlier. Oh, I know where I saved it because I laughed. I accidentally saved it to my Pilates playlist. That's Pilates.
Well,
where's the tanker war? Here we go. 14 minutes. Okay. No, guys. I'm being one guy too hard. I don't have the... This is to watch the video, I know it.
Tanker wars, in not doing my reputation any good.
But I'm getting one guide so bad, and now it's like they want me to pivot to talk about Australian politics and... No, I can do it. Okay, wait, Wallach, I'm going to stream tomorrow. Can it be the very first thing that I stream tomorrow? Wait, I'll wait until the second you type in chat, and then that'll be what I do. The next time you type in chat, the second you type in chat, we watch this video, okay? But I'm getting two guide about Australian politics, and I want to respond about the half. I want to respond about climate change, but I'm one girl. What about what Israel is doing to Lebanon? I think it's criminal. I think it's horrendous. I think it's illegal occupation. I think it's war crimes. I think it's crimes against humanity. Would you like me to repeat that for an hour? Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for 4.5 hours. We did our bestest. I hope that some of the information that I gave you was interesting. And I will, maybe not now because now I'm a bit tired, but I will do my map video tomorrow and it'll be on my Instagram. In case if you want me to go over my map again on a different platform and you'd like to see it there, it will be there. I'm thesillyserious on Instagram as well, so I'm nice and easy to find. You guys are the bestest, and I appreciate you, even the ones that one guy me. As I said, you're probably going to get a top score in my class at the end of the semester. Jimmy, thank you so much. All right, sleep tight. Everyone go to sleep. I'm going to watch tarot readers on my TikTok for a while, and then I'm going to pass out. Mwah! Thank you. And thank you to a patron saint, Sheriff, for funding the stream. Okay, bye.